That was a really nice video on the 50-week lows too. And I don't know if you heard me. I wanted to say thank you for breaking down the averaging down. Bree logged on last night. You were talking to, and she was explaining to me a little bit further understanding too. That was cool. She was trying to contact you. I don't know if she joined this morning, but I think you stepped away for a minute, or maybe sleeping.
Off topic, but you see that they put Doge counter on the U.S. clock counter. I got a Doge counter now. No. On the U.S. debt clock that shows all the debt we're in, they have a Doge counter now next to the debt. Hold on, I'll send you something. Yeah, if you go to usdebtclock.org and you click on it, it shows all the debt we're in, and then there's a Doge clock next to the debt one.
I don't know if it needs to be mentioned, but there's a little echo or something like that. Um, whenever somebody speaks, Billy, audio's probably picking up on like two different. Card feels really nice. Shout out to the kids. Very much today. Look those raccoons up.
Billy, did you take a look at TGL? Look like they got a lot of larges in there. TGL.
Finally got my Puffco to work. Billy, you got a Puffco?
It's TGL. Tom, George, Larry.
Electronic vaping device?
Treasure Global. Treasure Global. Yeah, I've been in it for a minute. I've been in it for a minute. Uh, I ate some down because I got in, I think I got in probably at about 25 cents. Just trying to see if it's gonna make a move or not. Yeah, it looks like it. Mm. Yeah, that's what I just saw. That's what I asked you. See if I was seeing what I was seeing correctly. BLRX.
Should check out Micro Algo. If you haven't heard of them. It's trading at 2,000.
BLRX. I like
No
that one.
ticker. No. Micro Algo. ALGO. Altogether. Is it? I can't see it on Robinhood. Oh, I can. I'm lying. Yep. Can't say it. Can't say it better. Oh, there's no. Can't trade it. It's whack. Shenzhen. China should just begin with the capital. Purple.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you can always get back in if you want to.
Oh. I'm walking one, Billy. I'm walking a tonics. Is there options on Weeble for tonics? Fuck. You gotta consider it. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, come on. Just made $50 off tonics. Thanks, Billy. I'm deep in XRP. I'm gonna hold that out for like a year. Maybe longer. I might hold that my whole life. Trades? No, I don't be trading. I'm in the options. That's what I'm into. I like that shit. I like doubling. It's a great feeling. I got some friends that are into crypto trading. They trading meme coins and shit. How many meme coins do you in? No. Nice. I dabble. I was in Alio, some Chinese crypto. I like the Chinese shit. The Chinese pump and dumps. So yeah. No. Mint? Mint me? Crazy spikes? Yeah. I'll promote this shit.
Hey, Billy, checking in. Hey, have you heard about Wolf? WOLF? Billy, you there, or you stepped away? I stepped away. You there? Uh, yeah. So if you look at the news, like I think what I want you to do fundamental analysis first. I heard about it from another group I'm in. But if you could do some fundamental analysis on it, right? Try to check it out. I appreciate it. I think you know it's a sleeper. According to this other group I'm in, they're saying that it's a sleeper. But yeah, if you could probably take a look at it, I appreciate that a bit. Yeah. And can't be stressed over shit. Whew. WOLF. Yeah. No, yeah, look at the news that came out today. Look at the news that came out today. No, I'll put it in the main chat. As well. Green Ranger. Hey, did most of the I'm trying to tag Oda. Oh, did Oda? What? Oda's not in the thing anymore? Oh, he's doing his own thing now? Yeah, I know he has his own. I know he has his own Discord, but yeah, he has his own Discord. So, yeah, and then also I think I forgot, but there's a YouTube. Never mind. Um, actually, yeah, I forgot. Actually, yeah, I might as well tell you. No, they're copying your style. It's like they have like your same avatar, but it's like a white dude. I forgot the name of the channel. Have you seen it or no? Do you care or no? Yeah. I forgot. I remember seeing it, but I forgot. Like I was going to take a picture, but then I was out and about. Yeah, it's clearly not going to come up in my feed. Yeah, dude, that thing is just going to have to come up in my feed. I should just clicked on it just to see. Yeah, just to have it in my history.
Okay, guys, we are back at it, and we are about to talk about these stocks making these new 52-week lows. Yes, a long list. We want to be up to date with the next stocks that are in line to explode. This
Dude. Other day. All right. Trying to. We want to find this guy. I want to find this thing, but
ago, there was a gentleman in northern Wales, and there was an irrigation ditch that ran there, but it caused a lot of erosion. He went in and cleaned up the farm, and he moved that irrigation ditch. The EPA decided that irrigation is navigable water in the United States, and they came and sued him. They contacted him, sent him a letter, and said, "You must notify us within 7 days whether you are going to comply or you are going to be subject to fines of $37,500 a day." That case went on for 6 solid years.
Check this out. So, Vladimir Putin just said that he wants Fauci extradited to Russia to face crimes against humanity, and he wants that to happen in the peace agreement with Ukraine. I thought that was pretty funny.
That's crazy. Crazy. Yeah, wait, hold on. Was it Billy? Was it there? Guy? Yeah, I'm still looking for the video. The video. I think I can find it. But was it there a guy who said like Trump's going to get shot or before inauguration? What was the name of that guy? You remember or no? Yeah, it sounds like Trump's going to do it, but it sounds like Trump's going to do it though. Now, what do you think?
What, extradite Fauci?
Yeah, I think it could happen. Like,
Oh
like,
yeah,
dude,
how?
like Trump.
Well, well, the thing is he Putin wants that to be in the agreement for the peace agreement with the with Ukraine. So all I'm saying is Trump's a man of his word. So if that's what they agree on, his ass is getting shipped over there. Fauci? Oh my goodness, he's the one that uh the vaccinations at the COVID area. He was the one that gave the okay go to, to give all these shots out. He's the one who did the whole COVID bullshit. Yeah, you because this is for crimes against humanity. It just wasn't the United States, This was worldwide, You see who Fauci is, and he's a horrible person. Did you ever see what he did with like these infants and these beagle dogs? Yeah, just look up Fauci and what he did with prior things. He did some horrific things. But anyways, they're all into that like depopulating the earth. But anyways, what I'm getting at is he's a horrible person, and Biden pardoned him just the other day. If he did nothing wrong, then why would he have to pardon him? you know. But we know.
Can you like yeah, keep going. I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. But I just think that these vaccinations, the whole COVID shit, you know, you can see it did more harm than it did good. And he's responsible for it. And guess what? Russia, they ain't playing, you know, fuck Biden. That's what they're saying. And, you know, Fauci or Trump hates Fauci anyway. I just saw that. I thought it was pretty funny though. That's what Putin said. He wanted him to extradite fucking Fauci to Russia.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, oh yeah, I definitely like to learn more. Okay, yeah. So, I think you have a point. You know, before you said it, I was like, yo, dude, like if that like, cause what I'm gonna say is still right. What I'm gonna say, which is leave America, right? Which you see is crazy, but like, yeah, you kind of make sense, right? Because the CEO who got shot, right, Brian Thompson, right, when he's under the guise of a CEO or when he's under the guise of authority, right, he could do state sanctioned murder, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I get that, right?
Right.
Also,
And
with over
no, go ahead, keep going.
with overpopulation, I don't think that there's overpopulation in the capitalist country, right? The food that doesn't get eaten gets thrown out, like tons of food, and I don't think anyone keeps track of it, so I don't know. But you do know at all restaurants when they close down for the end of the day, any food that's not eaten gets thrown out, right? So
Yeah.
there's not overpopulation. It's just we have a capitalist system, right? Overpopulation for the capitalist system. I suppose. All right,
Well,
but when I say that out loud, you're right. That makes sense. It doesn't make sense, right? So we have overpop because we don't want another system where people. All right, go ahead. Yeah,
right.
enlighten me.
No, I the whole overpopulation thing I think is bullshit. I mean, I think there's plenty of land on Earth that we can support everybody. And as far as the food, yeah, if everybody, you know, they can't control people that are self-dependent, that grow their own food, that are energy dependent, you know, that can, you know, do all these things, but they control the people that are dependent, you know, dependent on where to get your food, dependent on, you know, where to get your health, your, you know, your education. But anyway, that's just how the government is. They want you to be dependent on them so they can control you. You know, they can't control people that are. But anyway, I don't know how that's leading off, but I think there's plenty for the food crisis. If people would, instead of, you know, mow their lawns, if they would just put a garden in their front yard or their backyard or both or whatever, we could honestly sustain ourselves and probably our neighborhoods easy, you know, but just the way things are and shit, that's not how we think. And, you know, anything's honestly is possible. It's just we just have to collectively come together and unite. But I do not think overpopulation is one of those things at all. You know, I do think people like Bill Gates are using eugenics, which is like vaccinations, to depopulate the world. Yes, I do. They've been doing it. You know, look at what I mean. They do it with all kinds of shit. But yeah, vaccination is totally one thing that they're doing to wipe people out, which is crazy. You think you're doing the right thing, you know? Oh, protect grandma from COVID. Let me get this shot. Well, actually, you're injecting yourself with something that's it's experimental, never been tested or researched, and honestly, if you start looking into the whole COVID bullshit, it didn't even get out of animal trial phases because it was killing all of them. And then they went straight to human trials. What? If you look back at it though, yeah, none of the animals made it through the COVID trials. They all died, and then they went straight to infant and human test trials. What the fuck is going on? But the truth is coming out now. You can see Trump now. He's already getting ready to disclose, the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, just a bunch of stuff, which is great. I think this is we've all needed to see all this stuff, but you know, when you've been taught something your whole life and then someone comes against that and says, hey, it's actually this, or you've been lied to your whole life, your first initial reaction is anger. No, it's not. No, I have, yeah, I was the same way, but I think the truth is getting exposed, or is going to, and it's a lot. It's everything that we've been taught it wasn't, or vice versa, I should say. It's like the whole. Go for it. 100% already. Oh, I kind of want to go on XRP long. I think some big stuff with XRP is coming out, or going to be.
Hey, yeah, so, yeah, I mean, for overpopulation, is like, I get, like, right, like, people should, I agree that people should be self-sufficient, right? So, it's definitely like a touchy a subject, right? Like, because when you say, but yeah, I think vaccinations and like depopulation, right? So there's definitely, I think it's controversial. I have my own idea of overpopulation. Not that like I'm trying to say, yeah, let's just kill people. But right, we definitely want to have people that are self sufficient, like get together, unite, grow your own from your own farms. Those are my thoughts on it. Um, but yeah, those are my thoughts on it. Um, but yeah, there is. But like, you mean RFK fought Martin? Can you like elaborate what you mean? Martin Luther King Jr. files RFK, like what?
Oh,
Because
like
I would
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. He's gonna disclose the files on like uh, JFK and Martin Luther King, like the assassination. You know, you're gonna find out that it was our CIA, our own guys that did this assassination attempt. Our own guys, the FBI. Shit like that, and it's gonna blow your mind. But that's something they don't want out to the public. But it's it is what
Yeah,
it is.
but I would say you can't trust the government like that. You can't just say, "Oh, well." Like, I mean, it's not. Well, what I'm trying to say is that, like, you can't. It's not to your well-being, like that news. Like, it's not something that's going to improve your well-being. That news, right? So even if that was like the case, like you have to decide for yourself, like the
Right.
government's telling me that, like, what's the end goal, right? Because the end goal, like, there's an agenda for holding on to it and then Trump releasing it, right? Like, because when I think about 2021, 2024, and how the Democrats push like transgender, like, all right, yeah, I'm getting controversial. Billy, should I stop, or I don't want to get too controversial? I mean, I already said it. I already said it. You know,
Yeah.
let me keep it. I'm going to private chat.
Yeah, say whatever you want here. We're all ears. You know.
All right, yeah, no, because would you agree with me that like transgender, um, was like the transgender, like, all right, let's say transgender because I don't want to, was being pushed on kids as young as 3.
100%. 100% through our educational system, everything.
Right, right. So, and then that would now for Trump to make the sweeping changes and like that he did, right? Like when Joe Biden goes ahead pardons all these people, like they call them criminals. We never get like you have to do research on like what these people actually did, right? They're not getting like they're getting their sentences commuted. They're not getting the death. But I still want to know what they did, like because all criminals, it like the criminal system, right? Like that's cheap labor, right? After slavery, people started going to jail. Like, all right, I'll call it like it is. But I'm getting too. All right. Black people start like I don't want to. All right, all right, all right, all right. You guys, all right. So, all right. I'll say it, and then someone just correct me if I'm wrong. Right? They have black people go to jail, right? To to keep that. They said like Abraham Lincoln said slavery abolished, but if you're convicted of a crime, right? So now that's a loophole that um, yeah, right. That's a loophole that white slave owners found, right? And then they started getting to that business. If you look up today, the prison industry is a business, right? Because prison labor is cheaper than paying like a law-abiding citizen a wage, right? So that so it's just like so it's all so so what I'm trying to say like between the previous election, I think I lost my train of thought. Hey, all right, Key. I brought up the prison system. I lost the train of. Why did I bring it up
No,
again?
you're right. I believe, the prison system definitely needs some reform to it for sure. It is a
Why did
business
I
like
bring
you're
it up?
saying.
Why
Oh,
did I
why
bring
did
it
you
up? I
bring
lost
it
my
up?
train of thought. Yeah, I lost the train of thought.
Um, we were talking about transgenderism or something. You know how
Yeah,
that's
so there's. All right. It'll probably come to me. Yeah, but like
it
trans.
was
All right, so
pushed
yeah.
on us, and how you can't trust the government or something like that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and then when like when Biden pardoned everybody, like all we see in the news is that they're criminals. But we know that the prison system is not about bad people in jail, right? 'Cause it's more about cheap labor, right? So it's just like it's all
Well,
really,
I agree with the cheap labor and stuff like that, but at the same time, you got to look at our judicial system, how corrupt they are. They're letting pedophiles off the hook left and right, like it's nothing.
right, and that's part.
It's
And
yeah,
yeah,
the system is rigged, and I think we're trying to clean them out. You know,
yeah,
we've known
but
the
there's
previous
okay, go ahead.
administration has been corrupt, right? I
Yeah,
believe
that's a
they
fact.
have,
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
so
I
they've
agree with
just
that.
been.
But if they weren't corrupt, Trump wouldn't be able to get the vote or the far-reaching. Like I feel like because of crime. You're right. You're right. So you just definitely you said something important there, right? Thanks for correcting me. Because you definitely hear in the news that people are getting released. They go to jail. They get even it happened to me. Like someone stole my bag. Like someone stole my bag. White dude even. But all right, let me stop. All right. I don't know if everyone's race, but all right, all right. I'll try not to. All right, I'll be more careful. But all right. Long story short, some guy stole my bag. Right. Next thing you know, when I'm dealing with, it's like the state released him, and they got to know my address. So in addition to someone steal my bag, they get to know my address. Right. So
Oh
yeah.
shit!
So like yeah, I definitely agree with you. That that system, the system was, if it wasn't corrupt, Trump wouldn't be able to do the things that he's doing, right? But now the system's so corrupt, people don't know what's going on, even like with rap music and all that. Like, now when Elon does the fascist salute, it's like, it's like
Well, that's
it's
taken out of context right there, because if you watch what he was talking about, he was talking about being inspired and America.
dude, like you, yeah, the like, dude, like honestly, like, all right, so like going back to, all right, so right. So like when I see things that resemble certain like all right, say you have a friend, say you have this person, right? The person said looks you in your face, they say I don't like you.
purification droplets, but you can use it for so many other things. And this goes into so many other things. Borax. That's another thing. You know what borax is? that are a lie. You know, cancer. There's if I can find 10 to 15 of them on my own by myself, I can only imagine how many are really out there. You know, probably thousands and thousands and thousands.
Yeah, man. No, definitely. You know, I do my fair. I do my fair share of like, I definitely, like I said earlier, I read the executive orders Trump put out. I learned that not every single executive order, right, it has to go through law, right, which Congress will help you with. But all right, yeah, you're right. So yeah, and then I realized most of these orders, it's not like we're going to kill. Even Tom Homan, Border Czar, right? He's not like, yeah, we're going to kill, like, even the violent, like, quote unquote, like, all right, even when he says violent immigrants, right? He never said he's going to kill them. He said deport. You know,
Right.
and it's like people are like, well, one of my biggest things is, right, when people like come to America, but then they hate America, right? It's like, why are you here? It's like, even for me, like I understand that there is hate, but like I'm pretty sure you tell your kid, right? If that kid if like a certain group of kids don't like you, I'm not trying. Well, like maybe in school, maybe it's just not like these kids are have like anything like defined by skin, race, or something. But like if a certain group of kids, maybe like this gang of kids at school, they don't like them, and and they'll try to find friends. You move them to another school, right? The whole school's beating up your kid, right? What do the parents do? They move them to another school, or So that's what it is, and and then like even this is why your school shooting, right? The teachers like the kid goes to the teacher, say, hey, the guy did blah blah. The teacher don't give a fuck. You hear about the story. It's not exaggerated enough that the teacher don't care. It's not exaggerated that the parents are like, yeah, you should do this. They encourage the kids to do this. Move them to another school. Like some of the parents give the kids the gun to go kill, right? They don't focus on that. They say school shootings and then stop guns. Like that's the only thing. So
Right,
like,
right. That's
yeah.
no. I was gonna say that's what a false flag event is, and that's. Do you know what a false flag is?
No, explain it.
False flag is a real event that happens. I'm not trying to say that these things don't happen because they really happen, but they are pre-planned to cause another outcome.
Yeah.
Like 9/11 is a great example of a false flag. It's not. It really happened. It really, really did happen. But it was a pre-planned thing. There are a bunch of laws that the Patriot Act, I think, got signed into law after that. Which was not good. What else? There's tons of false flag events that happen, but they're normally, like I said, like school shootings and stuff like that. I'm not saying they didn't happen because they do, but they are. I'm not. There's technology out there, whatever they may do to trigger certain people to do certain, like the. It's really weird about the Trump assassination shooter. That young kid or whatever. Why have
Yeah, he
we,
should have.
it's something's very, very fishy about that whole thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't. But
Oh
what I'm
yeah,
getting at is, I think that was like a false flag. I think it's a real event what happened and everything, but they use certain subjects to go haywire. They prey on certain people or something. 9/11, I believe that was definitely an inside job, like a government inside job on that one. There are too many things out there on 9/11 that don't line up. That are like, whoa, like the whole plane burnt down, but the passports of 6 of the hijackers made it out. everything else burned up, but the fucking passports didn't burn up. What the fuck? You know, that day there were a bunch of people that didn't show up to work, and they all happened to be of the Jewish faith. And there was another, like a bunch of people that didn't show up to work that day. That's kind of weird. And then you look at building number 7, the fucking building next to the Twin Towers that just fell. Just fell. Didn't get hit. Nothing happened. Just fell. You know, whatever happened to that? You know, and then I've got phone or video footage on my phone of the firefighters coming out. You know, of right when the plane hit or whatever. The first time the firefighters went in there, they were up on like I forget what level, and then they heard I think it's 2 or 3 explosions, and he said there were explosions, not
Okay, guys, we are
plane.
back
The plane
at
already
it. We
hit.
are
He
about
says
to talk
it
about
came from the
the
basement.
top.
There was an
We are
explosion
about to
in the
talk about
basement.
a few
You know,
stocks that
and then there's there's so much stuff out there that have you ever seen when Epstein Island when he got raided and all that? He has a house in New Mexico, okay? And one of the blackmail things that he has hanging up was, you probably seen it, is, have you seen the portrait of Bill Clinton in a blue dress?
me, right? Like, you know, it's like the research, like when you. All right, so for me,
Slow down,
I researched.
collect your thoughts here, bro.
No, the research that I did on that Hail Hitler, on that Hail Hitler Mein Kampf, dude, like, and I'm like seeing, all right, let me see how the actual Nazi salute goes, right? Because you said it was a clip, but I watched the whole video, and yeah, he's like, he did like to his chest, and then like when he did it the first time, it was like it was stern, and then he fucking did something with his mouth. Like no one's talking about what he did with his mouth, so um, but I don't know if that resembles anything you can like.
Yeah,
But the second
he's
time,
just talking about being inspired, you know, and I thought it was really he didn't say much, but I mean I think he was so excited that Trump said we're going to Mars, you know, he was just so fucking elated with that. I think that just for him to be a tech nerdy like that is just like fucking awesome for him. And
but I've all right, go ahead, keep going.
no, I just think
Yeah,
that
I
picture
think,
is just taken out of context, you know.
but like see, like all the people like you mentioned, right? Like we have it, like right the picture, right? I see everyone with the picture, but when you look at the videos that they did that picture in, they're not making that same gesture. Like the Nazi salute is not a picture; it's a gesture that you make. And I wanted to say that I want to defend Elon. That the second one, I don't think it was as like that wasn't the Nazi salute when he turned around. I don't think that was the Nazi salute, but that first one, right? Dude, it like like no, like I would say that gesture. If you could show me a gesture where, like, say, all right, corrupt evil person, right? Show me that gesture that they did that gesture, right? I would like to, I would like to see it because, um, yeah, I remember in school, you know, it was like a joke. But I had like a Jewish teacher, and it was like a joke, and then one person was like, I was like, hey, don't do it, hey, like the kids, you know how kids are silly and they're joking around, right? So I get, but Elon shouldn't joke around as a kid, right? And you just call him the kid, right? If you're saying he's autistic, right? Because right, like if you're trying to defend it and Elon's just excited, you could just say that goes the same for Joe Biden. How the Democrats chose Joe Biden and he's unfit, right? If Elon's not a Nazi, then you don't want someone who's unfit trying to improve the government like that. If they're going to, how's you know what I'm saying? If he's not, well, there's a saying: don't attribute to violence what you could attribute to ignorance, right? So maybe Elon Musk is ignorant. Then if you're saying he's ignorant, right, he shouldn't be like in such a position, right, to kind of make big decisions or like be Trump's right hand man, right? So that, you know, that's my thing. You know, like
I just don't think. I think people are blowing something up, that making something out of nothing. That, you know, we should, if more people are more worried about him, you know, hypothetically putting out a Nazi hand symbol, which, you know, if they want to make that up, you know, I think, you know, saving children and, you know, that's more important. But if we're just getting hung up, you know, that's just propaganda. Is they want that, you know.
right, but
That's what I feel.
Yeah,
I don't think that it has anything to do with not. I think they're just blowing it up to something just to blow, you know, just to put something out there because, you know, oh my goodness, you know, I mean, I honestly don't think that was a salute, a Hitler salute, you know. I just personally don't think, but I just think and I can see how they would they're trying to turn that into something to, you know, maybe put a wedge between people or say, well, this is the reason he's, you know, honestly, I mean, you know, they're
yeah,
just,
but
that's what I think was trying to happen with this, you know.
hey, hey, when the not with all right, but Nazi groups on Twitter. All right, I know. Well, Elon's not part of any Nazi groups, as far as I know. Right, but the Nazi groups
Right.
on he hasn't publicly said, yeah, I'm Nazi. I'm a Nazi. He ain't look in the camera and say I'm a fucking Nazi. So he didn't say that. So I agree with you on that. But the Twitter and like but correct me if I'm wrong. You know, I think you've proven me more times than not that I'm wrong in cases, especially with the I think the Fauci, right? I can see how he's evil. Yeah, I can see how he's evil now for what he did and the depopulation. So thank you, you know. So I really appreciate that your insight.
I'm
And
glad you're
I wanted
open
to
to
say
seeing
that.
things in a different eye. You know, that's I admire you for doing that, because a lot of times people are just so closed-minded they can't, even having an opinion come in that's different from their own, and they just dismiss it right away. Oh, no, 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 so I commend you for even opening up your ears to it, and so good on you, man.
Yeah, like even some things like coming to America, people come to America, then they hate America. Like common sense says, if you don't like a place, then you go to another place. So that's common sense. So like even like some conservative things, like I see. So right. So yeah, man. But like, and then what do you think of like, but like with the not like for all right is all right if it wasn't but yeah, so like because with it with the all the groups, right? All the Nazi groups on Twitter, right? And then all like the Proud Boys, blah blah blah, right? I know I think Proud Boys are more American, but like they said, like they responded positively to what Elon did. Like they confirmed, like they're like they know what that meant. Like they know what that meant, and they're like, yeah, all right, that's like the okay for us to start doing things. I mean, I haven't seen it in the news that Jews are starting to get killed. Jews are starting to get, and I think you have. Well, you know what? You might have a point because I don't know if the media suppressed it, but I haven't seen anything in the media about Jews getting upset with Elon, right? So you kind of have a point there, but yeah. So all right. So you have a point there. What do you think of that? That the media hasn't shown Jews. I mean,
Yeah, I don't. The thing is I'm just now discovering stuff about Hitler and Jews and the Nazis that I thought, growing up, you know, was, you know, but now I'm starting to find out things that are making me go, holy shit, maybe this is, and this will, this will really bake your noodle. Is so I'm finding out that the Jewish faith the Jewish people have been exiled out of basically every country they've ever gone to, except for like America. Um, there's only a handful of places Jewish people can go to without being exiled, because they marry they marry very young, like 9 years old. They're like their faith is weird. They play the victim Olympics. Okay, they are always, they're the richest people out there, Um, but and they say they're the most oppressed group out there, when really they're not. Like I said, I've only been getting in this for about a month or so, that I've just started learning this stuff. Like, I'm, if you want to, like, I always used to think Hitler was a bad person. And I'm not saying that killing people and going to world war, that is bad. And I wish it, I don't, but what I'm getting at is Hitler was actually a very, very smart person. And what I like to know about him is he was into like ancient relics all across the world, like ancient relics, you know. And he had a bunch, like a bunch of stuff. Like, have you ever heard about the Nazi flying bell before?
All right, yo, you gotta take this offline. Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Oh, I thought. Oh, Bill, you here? Yeah, dude. All right. Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
but no,
I
I'm
just
just
want to
saying
take this offline.
like that technology and stuff like the Thule Society or the Vril Society, you know, if you know what these things are, you know, you'll know that Hitler was just more than just trying. He didn't want to. He was trying to eradicate the Jewish people. Yeah, because if you look, man, I know I sound like a fucking Nazi or like a Nazi lover. I am not by
No,
any
no,
means.
I understand.
I'm just saying I'm
But
going
no,
down a
here.
rabbit hole that I've
Yeah.
just found, you know, as far as, you know, and to come to find out that these Jewish people or their faith or whoever, whatever, the people behind, you know, they they are they're the ones pulling the strings. And you know what? What it what it came down to was I started getting on X. You know, I've had it for a couple of years, just never utilized it. Well, I started getting on it, and here recently I've been seeing these things about these Jewish tunnels in New York. Has anybody heard about these things? They're like I said, I was like, what the fuck? Or is this? So they're the fucking sewer tunnels in New York, and there are these fucking Jewish guys. Yeah, the ones with the fucking little hats and the curls and shit like that. They were coming out of the fucking grates. Like they had like a you know those like plastic bins you can put newspapers in or whatever. They just moved that to the side, and then like a square, you know, like a square sewer grate or whatever, they have it cut to where you can get a person. And this is like a video, and then they got the police were involved in this and everything, but they found a bunch of women and children. You know, I think this happened like last year or something, or and then here recent. You know what I'm saying? But that was the first thing. I was like, why the fuck are these Jewish guys in these fucking sewer tunnels? You know, what the fuck is going on? You know? And I saw the police reports, the, you know, the videos on whatever about these Jewish tunnels. And I'm like, holy fuck. And it deals with the fucking human trafficking and raping these women. And they're having these children and they're raping these fucking kids. These Jewish motherfuckers are. And I don't, and like I said, this is just a rabbit hole. I was like, what the fuck did I just get into? And I never knew this. And now I'm putting things together like, holy fuck, this is, you know, this is actually what is going on? What is, you know, but like I said, you got to do your own research on that and come to your own conclusions. But right now, the more I'm going down in it, it's just getting me more questions than I do have answers. As like, you know, oh shit, you know, this is and religion is another arm that they use to manipulate people. You know what I'm saying? Don't think they try to manipulate you in every other way, and they just, you know, are gonna leave religion alone.
Bro, if anything, they manipulate you the most in religion, and no one knows it.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, yeah, and I believe if you look at Project Mockingbird, you know, they use your television as a hypnosis programming. It's been a CIA psychological
It's because the
program
Weinstein,
going
bro.
on.
One Weinstein owns media, one owns Hollywood.
Oh yeah,
It's the Weinstein brothers.
Well, yeah, that gets even darker than that. I mean, you guys don't even know. I mean, yeah, you guys might know the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, or Orsini, or no, the Carnegies. But do you know about like the Orsinis or the who's the there's one that owns the railroad companies. What is their Pager? That's who they are.
Hey, quick
The
question.
Pager
Hey, hey,
family. Go for
Watch
it.
for that railroad that goes into LA now.
Yeah, it's probably owned by Pager. They the Pager family. Yeah, but these are the like the Orsini, Pepe Orsini is the most powerful man in the world, and he is known as the Gray Pope. Okay, we all know the White Pope, whichever is at the Vatican or whatever. But there is a Black Pope and there is a Gray Pope, and the Gray Pope holds the most power in the world. And his name is Pepe Orsini. Look
hey,
into it.
quick question. Quick question. Can you add
Go
me as
for
a
it.
friend? Because I'm trying to add notes because I don't know and I don't think they're getting saved. Because like I can't research. Like I want to look into it. I think I should look into it. But I just definitely want you know how life is, right? But I definitely want to keep you on the back burner, so I just know, hey, I remember that guy because I think I can remember you. I just want to keep that as like a note, so that
I'm
it's
here
like,
all I'm here all the time, or a lot I should say. Uh, yeah, I mean you can just
yeah, I say your friend request you got.
no, let me go check real fast. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wave at you.
Okay,
We're good.
all right,
Yeah,
Pepe
just
Orsini.
Tones.
I just
That's
want to
right. Yeah.
see me
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Orsini. Great. Well, one thing. All right, yeah. All right, and I'll let you keep going. I don't want to cut you off. I don't think it would be fair to cut you off.
No. No. These are just things that interest me, and I've done a little bit of research into them, and you know, there's always uh, you kind of always got to get like a 40,000 foot view of things. Like there's always there's always a bigger game being played. Always, 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 always. You know. So and I'm just trying to figure out who's at the top of these things, and it just gets wilder and weirder the more you get into it, and then I
I
don't
don't
know.
think it's a who is at the top. I think it's a distributed node. If like you cut off one head, then they're going to go three heads. If you cut off three heads, they're going to go seven heads. I don't think because like if one person was just pulling all the strings, like don't you think
No,
like
I
people around
mean,
him would be like, yeah, hey, what the fuck are you doing, bro? It's like, hey.
right. I know what you're saying about that. As far as um, I agree with that. As far as you cut off one head, then you're gonna go three or whatever. Um, for some reason, I man, I hope we are in a time. I'm on a timeline right now, my life, which is a fucking blimp in time. Not even a fucking wink blimp, it's just a. But I hope I am alive to see humanity come from under the thumb that we've been under. You know what I'm saying? Under the suppression of being slaves. Um, I hope to see that in my time, my lifetime, because humanity has been oppressed for a long, 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 long time, and I think right now, is a time in history where we can actually um, finally be what we're finally not let the elite, top elite, only a handful of people run the show anymore. I think they're getting fucking. I think the shoe's going on the other foot right now, and that's good. That's great for us, And I just, I want to be optimistic about it and everything, but I believe that even the last, like the whole COVID thing and everything, you may call that the worst time of people's lives and everything, and it was, because a lot of people died. I'm not trying to downplay it at all. At the same time, you got to think, how much that awakened people to the bullshit out there, as far as what these shots were doing, as far as killing people and stuff like that. I think that woke up a lot of people, as far, being who like being locked down and not being, don't leave your house. I think that awoke people, and that's, you always got to get something good out of something bad, whatever it may be, whether it be a learning lesson or something. You always got to take something good out of, out of the bad, always. But that's how I look at the COVID thing. It was like, I didn't fall for it, but my whole family has been vaccinated. You don't know how adamant I was about telling all of them, don't do it. You guys, I'm telling you, don't fucking get this shot. You're going to regret it. I'm telling you, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not research. It's not this. I'm telling you, don't do it. They all fucking took it. They all fucking took it. They all went and got their boosters. You know how fucking crushing that is to me? But now you look back on it and everything, and there's not one unvaccinated person that regretted not taking the fucking vaccine. There's not one. But how many people that took the vaccine are regretting it? How many people have you seen take the vaccine and had a fucking horrible reaction to it? And I know a lot of people,
like years later, right?
Yeah, and you're not gonna know. You're not gonna know. And that scares me, because people don't, the doctors that give you these vaccines, they don't research the vaccination at all. No, they don't do any fucking lick into it. They don't look a lick into it, not a damn lick. They just get paid. If you want to ask somebody about your health, what you need to do, you need to go to a veterinarian. And that's the truth, because veterinarians are the ones that spend, the years and years studying the different anatomies of all these different animals and stuff like that. They're the ones that really do the, doctors. No, they only spend like, it's like a couple months out of fucking all their years of research. What was it? Going over vaccine studies or something like that. I forget what it is. It's something crazy. But no, for real. If you, I've heard that. Yeah. But if you really want to know what to do or about a health issue, go to a veterinarian. They'll probably know a lot more. And that's what Joe Tippins did. That's the guy that cured himself with Fabenzol. That dog dewormer. He went to a vet and he said, "Yeah, just take Fabenzol and ivermectin." And he had lung cancer, he had spine cancer, he had fucking liver cancer, all these fucking things, and he fucking cured himself. And that, but yeah, doctors these days, I believe the Rothschilds and Carnegie's, and they put like $1 million into our educational system back in like the 1902, and probably even before that, into like, I think that Carnegie's were in like the 1860s. But anyways, they have shaped our colleges and our educational system to be fit around like medicine, man-made medicine, stuff like that. And you know, it's been killing us. It has been killing us. Did you know the AMA was created in, what was it, 35 or something like that, to combat Royal Raymond Rife, the American Medical Association? And you might
And
call
they
me
used to.
crazy for that. Huh?
Well, see, my thing is like before I could call you crazy, like when it comes to false flags, like you can't like what I think is that you can't take an event that kind of happened years ago, the way that we understood it, and then like say, hey, these facts are coming out, these facts, that facts are coming out, right? Because anyone could come because in the 1984 book is that you know they tell us in the 1984 book is that you don't
That's
believe
a good one.
the party told you not to believe what you're seeing, right? So like to come like what that means is that if party controls the present and they control the past and the future, that means information, dude. Like anything could be a lie, right? When you see that event
Yeah.
when it happened, I mean you have a
It's
point,
real. Yeah,
right? But
you're right.
I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
say I would say like for now, like I would say I would say see, but one thing I'm angry about is that our parents, like my parents, didn't explain to me how the government works, right? Or they didn't think that would be important, right? And
Right.
let me ask: Did your
Well,
parents explain? Hey, did like even though you read it in books, did your parents like pass it down? Like, hey, this is what happened. I lived through this. Did they pass it down? You want to you got it. That's why it's important. That's why history is so fucking important. Like everything in school is bullshit, but history, I mean, even history, right? Your own parents should tell you, hey, like my parents really didn't explain the government to me. So did they explain it to you or?
no. Well, I mean, I think everybody has their own unique. Well, I mean, yeah, we definitely live our own unique lives and everything like that. For me, I I mean, I'm from Southern Indiana over here and everything like that, and my grandpa pretty well raised me, so I'm very, uh, I'm very independent. It doesn't matter where it is, where I go, I'll always be able to make it. I'll always be able to survive. Don't I'm always so. The whole government thing, I think he's instilled more in me just to be more dependent on myself. So I never I know what you're saying, but I've gained. No, my family never, or my parents never explained it to me, and I just kind of have found it on my own free will path. As far as the corruption and stuff like that. That was my thing. Is I'll give you respect and I'll like you, whatever. Until you show me disrespect, and the way I look at that is the news has lied to me, you know, your whole life, and they keep lying to you, and it's it's like how many times do they got to lie to you until you're just like fed up with all right, I'm done listening to these motherfuckers. I'm done being lied to. That's my biggest thing. I don't care what the truth is, just don't fucking lie to me. Because I just want the truth. I don't care what it is. Just just don't fucking lie to me. And to find out the government's been lying to me about just random stuff. I'm not gonna trust you again. I don't.
They lie
I mean,
over
I
the
might
small
forgive
stuff,
you.
lie over the big stuff.
Right, exactly. If you're gonna lie to me over something, I'm not gonna trust you again. I might forgive you, yeah, but I ain't gonna fucking forget. That's for damn sure. And everything I just keep, coming across. It's just like, good lord, these motherfuckers can't even tell the truth. All they do is lie. Rita Skeeter, remember from Harry Potter, that fucking journalist, Rita Skeeter, that bitch. Anything he says, she just twisted into words. Or twisted. But yeah, I don't know. I just know the government isn't there. They've got a stranglehold on people that are dependent on them, that are in the you know, the government housing projects and stuff like that, and
Oh yeah.
they've
yeah.
got them into a system to where they're dependent on the government, and that's what the government wants. But as us humans, that's we know we don't want that, we're more capable of that, because
Yeah,
all
man.
that's trying to usher in other stuff that we don't want.
Yeah, like the arguments I'm trying to say, like Section 8 and welfare. That's bad for a person. Like a person should be able to stand on own. I think even like a Bible verse says, "Give a man a bread, he'll be hungry for one day. Teach him how to fish, they're gonna be they're gonna be fed for life." So yeah, man. Yeah. So I definitely agree with you on that. What do you think about? All right, yeah. So what do you think about? I'm not. I know. Yeah. So what do you think about the I hope some of the policies. I'm definitely. I was reading through the fucking Project 2025, and um like the
Well,
media said that hey, this is that.
when you say Project 2025, what is that?
The book that they released, the Republican Party, they released that book before for Donald Trump's during his candidacy. So in 2023, they released the book Project 2025. It's yeah, and they basically going to say, hey, so like the Republican Party, like they have a plan, or like okay, hey, this is what we're going to do, right? This is what we're going to do. And then when I was reading the fucking Trump, all the fucking executive orders, right? Yeah, it was like the manifesto was just explaining to you how the government works. Like I'm up to page 100 in there. It's like 100 pages, but it just so far they're just explaining to you how it works. Like it was advertised by the Republicans, like everything Trump doing now. But
Well,
it's nothing. I
something
haven't
that
read
I've
anything
seen.
in there.
Right,
Yeah.
the Project 2025. When I think that okay, I saw a thing when they asked Trump about it. He was like, I don't even know what that is, but they're trying to make it about him, but I don't think that's actually affiliated with him. No.
Yeah, but see, all his executive orders, he agreed. Well, what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to defend Trump because the book wasn't that bad. So far, if you read it, the book's not that bad. It's just so far they're just explaining to you how the government works. They kind of said like, hey, we don't want immigration, we don't want transgenderism, we don't want certain things. They're saying I don't even think they talked about DEI like that. They weren't like going after DEI like that in the book, but like the crazy things they were going after, right? But one of the things in that book, they were like, abortion. But we'll get back to that after. Let's talk about 2025. So, but if you read, I'm sorry, I read like 10 pages a day. It's not that bad. Like, it's not that bad, So, like, the media tries to fearmonger, but if you actually read the book instead of like all the entertainment they put out there and the stupid TikToks, right? You kind of you know what's going on, but at the same time, it's not that bad. So.
Yeah, I would have to look more into it.
I think
I'm not for sure about the Project 2025 thing. Like I said, I think that I've heard that as that being just kind of like propaganda stuff. I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, but I'd have to look more in on it. But what I have seen on it, I think it is just something that they're trying to put on him that he doesn't have an affiliation with. But like I said, I'd have to do
it's
more
not a bad
research
book.
into it.
It's
It may
not a
not
bad
be,
book.
like I said, I don't know
think,
if it is or not,
yeah.
but I you know what I'm saying, as far as I don't have enough you know information on it to.
Yeah.
But what I think I have seen is that I don't think it's any affiliation.
See, but it's a false flag because they just use the name Project 2025. It's like saying, judge a book by its cover. So what the media did was that they even read the fucking book. They just used the book to cover the book, just because Republicans wrote it, and then you just. But if you actually read the, all right, but all right.
Yeah,
What do you think
I'll
about
have to look
abortion?
into that though.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think? Because like I actually, because like with abortion and like controlling women's bodies, I hope that doesn't happen in this administration.
I think abortion is like Trump's doing. He's leaving it up to the states. That's probably the right call on that. Do I agree with it? I mean, as abortion, I personally don't think I could or would do it, but it's when do you think life begins? Whether you want to say it, what's the difference between a cluster of cells and a full-term baby? When is it? I don't know
Okay.
about that, but I think it's glad that he's shutting down all these clinics and everything. And okay, and when you talk about like rape, like an incest rape, or rape and stuff like that, and there needs to be an abortion. Yeah, that's that's okay in those cases, but those only make up like not even 1% of the cases. They're like super high rare cases that as far as where abortion, I believe, um should be used. But this is my own personal opinion. And as far as women and doing what they want with their body, when it comes to having a baby and having an abortion, I think it takes two of you guys to make it. I think it should ought to take both the man and the woman's decision on whether um, they abort that baby. Um,
Yeah, but sometimes the man
but
runs
that
away.
that steps on toes. Everyone believe all women, and what's the other one? Just my body, my choice, or whatever. But at the same time, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to walk on eggshells, and I'm just gonna stop because
Yeah, I mean, what I think is, the like the is I love that phrase. It's like we really don't know that. Yeah, like so I hear you on that. Like men and women make the decision. I agree with that, right? I think, but like how I judge it is like, is this a good place, a family that the babies come into? If the baby is going to come into a good family, right?
adopt.
Well, actually, no. I'm sorry. Yeah. There's adoption, right? No, but hey, about how, like you said, how like all these people are raping kids and eugenics and all that crap, to make themselves younger. But like, actually, no. I scratched the previous thing. I think what I think, if the child is wanted, if the child is wanted, right? Obviously, but it goes between men and women first. Like, obviously, like I think men, like the state should not decide. I think like I think who's ever involved, the couple, should decide whether, if they want. Like, not even the state should decide. Like, if you want to have an abortion, that is like your own personal decision. Just like if you want to eat cake, or if you want to drive a car, or if you
Well,
want,
I
like,
mean,
if you want to work,
that's
if you want to work out, all right, let's screw that. If you want to work out your body, maybe you want to exercise, maybe you want to go for a
right,
run,
but
maybe you like playing
the
sports, eating junk food, right? People have the right to eat junk food, right? But like, yeah, I didn't think, because if the baby's not wanted,
yeah, but
right, they
is
have a
that
better of a
okay? I'm
chance.
not trying to.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. That what I'm trying to say is, abortion. If you want to, way people are gonna combat that is say, it's murder. Whether it's however you want to look at it, it's murder. It is, you know, taking the life of that baby, you know, and whether it be wanted or not, you know, say it's not wanted, you get rid of it. Well, that is technically murder, you know. So is that right or is it not right? You know, that's kind of a, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how I think people combat that and look at that. As
Well,
far as, you
common sense.
know, pro-life
Okay,
or
you're
pro, no. Go for it.
If you apply if you apply the Christianity and the common sense, all right. Let me take out common. All right, all right. Since I said it, all right, I'll say it. For me, I view it is that look, if like all right, unborn kids. Oh, there's some background noise. Some background noise. Yeah, unborn kids, it'll go to heaven, right? You have an unborn child, like got and you're Christian, right? This is America, so you know, right? And if you believe in Christianity, right, then they'll go to heaven, right? But if that kid grows up in a place where that kid is not wanted, right, then you know that's going to affect them. Like people are like Elon Musk, like he's the all right. Let's not use Elon Musk. Give me a person who's messed up, and then we'll probably all right. I don't think you can because I don't know about the people's childhoods. But would you agree with me that people who are messed up today is because when they were kids they were treated like shit? Would you agree with that statement? They had a bad childhood.
I say that when you have kids having kids and they don't know how to raise those kids properly, I believe that those kids grow up in, you know, not the best way as they should, you know. But yeah, I know I understand what you're saying as far as, you know, I mm, I agree.
The thing too is okay. Go ahead.
No,
Okay, go ahead.
my stance is on abortion is yeah, I you know, I don't think it's right when you can go and have an abortion every, what is it? I don't know, every 6 weeks. Say, I don't know how often you could have an abortion, but you know, when people go in and they're just like have abortion after abortion after abortion, you know, they're just, you know, at a young age, just being wild, having sex, getting pregnant, not giving a fuck, you know. I mean, what, you can't be teaching that, you know. We can't, but that's not how it is, you know. That's reality. That is what's going on, you know. That doesn't, that to me doesn't bring in a good society of or a good environment for a kid to grow up in, you know, especially if the, you know, 15, 16 years old, you get pregnant. You know, I mean, people in high school, I knew a bunch in high school, you know, started getting pregnant. Like, you know, one of my good friends, he was, you know, he was like 17 when he first got you know, he's got 7 kids now, but you know, he was like 16 when he first, you know, granted, he's a good dad and, you know, he's raised his kids right and everything, but I'm just saying a lot of, you know, but you know, at the same time, you don't find guys like him either, you know. He's a good dude. All I'm trying to get at is kids these days having kids and not raising them right, and then them just being wild and crazy. You can see how society is turning kids into, you know, look at all these fucking dumbass challenges they're doing, and you know,
See, I feel like rap. Well, that's where rap. That's what the government allowed. So government allowed rap music, right? And then it affects every single kid, right? So I think the government's the village. Go, all right, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I agree with you as far as yeah, I believe music definitely influences us. You know, I don't want to just blame it on rap or anything. You know, I mean, you can do the same thing with video games. All the, you know, in the movies that we watch. Oh, it's in the movies and stuff. You know, I mean, I
Oh,
just
okay. Yeah,
think
you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're
you
right too.
know, as a society as a whole, what we idolize and stuff like that. You know, we're 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 not we haven't been going down the right direction. You know, and this is the past 10 years, I would say. You
See, but the
know,
thing is, the government, right? But the government decides, like you said earlier, the government decides what the people see, right? The government controls what the
yeah,
people see. So, like, you don't see on YouTube, like in your feed, how to grow a garden, like you said earlier. You don't see a feed how to be self-sustainable, self-efficient, right? You don't see the government, right, trying to say instead of Section 8, hey, let me help you open your own business, right? You don't see the government doing that. You don't see government doing what Billy Banks is doing right now, teaching you how to master the
right,
stock market and fundamental analysis, technical analysis, right? They just say
right,
Robin Hood, take all your fucking money. So
right.
yeah, so dude, it is the government. So like I mean, like you could, I feel like if the environment ultimately, because like like the government's the village, right? And and so if you have bad parents but you had a good village, right? Kids gonna turn out all right, you know, because like
Mm-hmm.
kids, they like even though your parents, like parents, I feel like parents have kids because they want they want the kid to help them. They want the love from the kid, not the other way around, right? For like some of the bad parents, like the Steve Vocal shows and all the bad parents. Like obviously that's not true for all parents, right? But if the village, I feel like the village would be a greater impact. The kid go to school, the kid have all his friends love him. You know, the teachers care about him. The government's there. They have a plan. Like they're with the kid every single step of the way. Even then, then they turn it. So kid, or they just want love. People just want love. It doesn't. Yeah, you want it from your parents, but if you get love, if you get enough, I might be wrong because even though someone gets all the love in the world because they didn't get it from their parents, they might be fucked up. So I might be wrong. And that's the thing, and that's like, it's like, all right, do the parent? That's why I say like, do the parents want the kid? If the parent don't want the kid and they don't show the love to the kid, then try. Let's not force it because next thing you know, you have the next, psycho, crazy
Right,
psycho.
but then they can just say, you know, just put it up for adoption. Then you know,
Right,
there's
but
plenty of
our
people
adoption,
that can't have
it
kids.
but there's plenty of pedophiles too, right? And it's like, and then hey, it turns
I
out, and then,
agree.
like
I
there's
agree.
students in the news, like you can't, dude, like it's a dangerous world. Like there's just bad people, like like
Yeah,
you don't even
the
know if I'm talking to you right now, and like the person you're talking to, maybe at work, you don't even know if they have kids in the closet. They rape, they kill, and they just look like they like Mr. Jerry, best neighbor
right.
in the world. But you open that closet, like if you had the all-seeing eye, if you had all-seeing eye and see all the closets, probably be shocked how many kids get raped. It's just like, yeah, like,
Oh, I know.
So it's like, she's just, that's like, you don't like really, like, I was gonna say another point. Go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna say another point, but I'll let you go ahead
No,
because I forgot. I'm trying to remember it. Yeah.
you're right. All I was gonna say was, yeah, the foster industry, like the foster kid stuff, that's where a lot of the trafficking goes along, or you know, goes into, you know, which is horrible. You know, you think these kids, you know, are, you know, gonna get a nice new family, whatever. No, they just get trafficked, and it's horrible to really think about. But like I said, I'm super hopeful, especially since this new administration's in, and you know, this is something that they've been combating, and this is stuff that they have been bringing to light. You know, and it's something that I'm
I always like to bring it up because no one wants to talk about it, or they're don't know. I don't know, but the trafficking is a real deal, and yeah, this is what we really need to start banding together and trying to put a stop to it, because um, it ain't right. It ain't right, and I feel um, dearly for these kids that don't have a voice, or don't have um, you know um, not only not a voice, but um, just the physical capability of getting out of the situations they're in, or against their abuser. They don't they can't fight against them, and these people are just destroying these lives of these innocent kids, and it's fucking horrible, and we need to put a stop to it, and we need to fucking raise a you know an eye to it, because if it's a real thing and it really goes on, and what good is it to act like it doesn't happen? To me, that's not the way I roll. I try to tell everyone about it, at least to make them conscious, conscious of it, But yeah, here America is the biggest consumers of human trafficking, which is horrible to say, but yeah, we are. Mm.
How
Yeah, I
can
just
you? How
have
can
I
you
don't
find
know.
it? How can you
Uh,
do our part?
well, what I what I came when I started looking into this years and years ago, before even Epstein Island came out and stuff like that, I was like, you know what? If the only thing I can do is, you know, I you can't get in conversations like this like with everyone you meet, because first off they just think you're off your rocker, or you just don't get this in depth with it, which is fine. But if the only thing I can do is make everyone conscious of it, or at least not everyone, but a lot of people, you know to just make them conscious of it,
Yeah.
then I'm doing something. That's better than not doing anything. And if the only thing I can do is just tell somebody about it, well, I'm doing something. That's better than not doing anything. And it may not just be this little bit, but it's better than not doing anything. And that's because you're right. When you hear about, oh, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Well, I mean, yeah, I would like to be in the trenches, really going after them and shit like that. But that's not realistic. More realistic is just like I said, making people conscious of it, or even going a step further, and maybe even starting up, like a nonprofit or something like that. But
Yeah, if there's like
I
something
just
I could join, I'd probably like to join it. And just
right, and don't worry, there's lots of things out there. Like I see a lot of stuff. Like people are actually going after pedophiles now. They'll pretend to be a kid. I see all these pedophiles now
the
that are
Crips.
getting their asses whooped and shit. One dude fucking had like 3 dogs attack this one dude. He's like, get him. A pedophile. He meant to meet a little kid, and this dude had his dogs attack this guy. I was like, oh shit, that ain't that. Oh my goodness, his dogs were fucking ripping him apart. I was like, oh shit, But I see a lot of that shit now. There's a lot of pedophile stuff, like people, capturing not capture, well, exposing these people and stuff.
Yeah, so like even like you know. Oh, Billy, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, dude. See, pedophiles should get the death penalty. Like, it should be legal to kill pedophiles. You know,
Yeah, I
like
think.
it,
Yeah, go ahead.
but
Go
it's
ahead.
not. Yeah, no, that's my statement. It should just be legal to kill because like it's
Mhm.
just it's just some people like some people have an addiction. Like some people might like to drink,
Right. Right.
some people might like to smoke, and you know some people and like pedophiles confess they can't help it. End me, kill me, please. But now they let them back out. Yeah, so
Well, and
yeah,
that goes to our judicial system is how corrupt they are. And a lot of times you find out these judges or whatever that are letting these motherfuckers off the hook. Well, they got skeletons too.
right.
That's why. But that's we gotta get those cleaned out before we can, make progress. Which I think we have since there's the new administration coming in now. I think they're trying to wipe out all the and don't get me wrong, there's still going to be bad seeds in there. Not all of them are going to be cleaned out for sure, but yeah, but no. I
Well,
was
the
gonna
whole administration. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
no, I was just gonna say. I think I don't know if I think it might be Russia, but what they're doing with their pedophiles, they're chemically castrating them now.
All right, that's a better alternative. But well, still,
Right.
like any body rub, you don't need the thing where the sun don't shine, right? To harm a kid. Like all you just need to be is an adult, right? Or not even like you know. So so even that, even though
But
that's a good idea. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, explain it further,
no, I
because
was
I
gonna
don't know.
say, yeah, that you think that like a lot of them that do have those sexual desires or whatever. I mean, a lot of it, and have those disability or not disabilities, but those fucked up thoughts or whatever. Yeah, but and there's also people that are sick and they do stuff to fucking kids and stuff like that. But they're both they're all fucking bad, and for anyone to harm a kid like that, you're right. I think they should be, you know, dealt with. But I don't
Yeah,
know
and then
until we do
well,
something,
that's
until we get shit going on, it ain't gonna change.
see another thing too is that they softened. I think there's like this 1940s looking cartoon. Not that was in the 1940s, like this big hulking
you know, I don't want to push you one way or the other, but I just kind of want to bring you some information, or to where at least I think I stand on the road or whatever, and you know, do your own do your own research and draw your own conclusions, and see what you come up with. You know.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, it's just you got to get. I rather, yeah. I just
Good
had
discernment is key.
well, all right, man. Well, I gotta head out. All right, until next time.
Yeah, good talking with you.
Yeah.
Mr. Banks. I'm doing pretty good, man. You and TNXP? Oh, damn. I'll bet. Yeah, I'll check it out, man. Let me check real quick. I'm up 20% on it. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't get rejected at the 30.
Yeah, so it's been an exciting year. So 1 year on the NASDAQ. We've made some excellent progress in our flight test program, so we're wrapping that up very, very soon. And then also, again, highlight just starting to build the full-scale aircraft is really, really interesting. So we learned enough on the half-scale flight test program that we were able to really confidently now transition to that full-scale aircraft development. And the first thing we're going to do is start to prove out the underpinning technology, so the vertical lift system on the full scale, which is, again, very exciting. And I think that's another key milestone for 2020.
I would say it's been a year of two things: innovation and learning. So you can't have one without the other. We're an innovative, fast-moving company. We've made some amazing progress in the last year on the engineering and with the aircraft. But one of the key learning experiences has been operating the public markets. It's been a challenge. We've learned a lot about the people, what investors are looking for, what the markets are looking for. We think we're in a fantastic position moving into 2025.
2024, there was a lot of achievements during the year. We came out of the business combination that led to us becoming public. We had our fundraising efforts, which closed in the summer. We've had a modest amount of capital raised through government subsidies and grants. It's put us in a position to make a couple of key hires, specifically with our CTO and our VP of Business Development, is going to put us in a very strong position to enter 2025 with very big prospects.
So yeah, my highlight for 2024, it's always a highlight for me to see an aircraft fly. And that's really drives it home to fly the craft that's right behind me and see it complete its missions as we expected it to do.
Yeah, so this year has been brilliant to join the company in the first instance, and then to see the sort of progress that's been made with the flight test. To see the technology that is unique that around the world, to be flying, actively engaging the fans and getting into the hover and then getting onto wingborne flight has just been phenomenal. It's just been amazing to see the technological validation really of the physics behind the aircraft design.
From a technical perspective, a bunch of really good work. One though that kind of falls in the background, people don't see. Is a simulator. We've developed a very sophisticated simulator that mimics how the airplane flies. So we can test things in the simulator before we test them on the airplane. It's been a key to getting the X5 flight test program as far as it has without any incidents, because we can look at the simulator, test in the simulator, have a high degree of confidence it's going to work, and then make it work.
Yeah, the simulator has been invaluable, basically. It's just been the key to the whole success so far. We would have probably crashed this prototype 3, 4, 5 times, maybe been on our third one fixing. The simulator has really shown the dynamics of the flight control laws that we've inputted, and it's become very, very predictable, and we can really count on it. We've probably got thousands of flights in the simulator and only much less than than that on the prototype.
We made some huge strides on flying our existing aircraft, our large-scale demonstrator, and that comes from building things in the virtual world, our flight simulator and other simulator environments, and then tuning that for learning in the production environment. So we've learned things in the air and on the ground. We test first on the ground, and then we've made some huge strides when it comes to our test flight program moving forward. But also on the full-scale demonstrator, which is our next phase of company operations, we've made some big strides on developing systems, building some of the test rigs that validate the power systems, lift fans, and other innovative pieces we're working on. We've already been making some good progress, and we've got some, I think, exciting announcements happening over the next year as we've progressed down that journey.
So 2025 is when we fully transition to building that full-scale aircraft. So we're already building test rigs right now, full-scale fan units, dynos for the main power system, and we're kind of knitting everything together from a conceptual and a design phase. And that's, I think, a really exciting thing about 2025 is just that companies laser focus on now developing a full-scale aircraft.
Okay, guys, we are back at it with HOVR. Still holding in on HOVR from the very bottom of that. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, we are back at it with XTIA. This is just
About 2 years ago, we even made a what if just like this one, about Minato being an Uchiha, but I feel like we can do even better with it. Maybe make a story that's a bit more cinematic. I'd very much like to tell a more heartfelt story. One, perhaps, that allows us to see more into the kind of life Minato could have lived had he been born an Uchiha. What might have happened to him, what he might have experienced. So, if you're all interested in a bit of a new story from an old idea, then sit right back and let me spin you a tale about Konoha's Black Flash, the dark-haired boy as fast as a bolt of lightning. Welcome to the Amagi. Before we begin, only 25% of our viewers are subscribed, so if you're a fan of the video, please like and double check if you are subscribed, and with that out of the way, let's get into the video. Deep in the center of the village hidden in the leaves, there's a compound. Now, this compound has seen its fair share of drama throughout the years, and if you've viewed many other worlds, you'll know that drama is their lot in life. They're forged from it and die by it. Such is the way of this people, ruled by their hearts instead of their brains. If you've not yet surmised, I'm speaking of the Uchiha clan. Once a mighty and prestigious clan, one of the more powerful clans in the world, having come together with their ancient rivals the Senju to form this village, they sometimes seem to be a forgotten part of it. But that isn't because they don't matter. The Senju have long since dissolved into the clan, and now their bloodline runs through nearly every member of the village to some degree. But the Uchiha clan are not so much the same. Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, did his best to respect them, and tried his hardest to get them to let go of their clan-first mentality and do the same as the Senju. But stubbornness and possibly the fear that their loss of identity might leave them a clan in name only, dead almost genetically and no longer current, they resisted. And that wasn't against the law. It's not like other clans weren't doing it. Besides the Uchiha, there were the Hyuga. They were so much the sticklers for keeping their bloodline pure and controlled that they didn't even let their love of their clan interrupt it. They enslaved themselves to the whims of the first house, which was something a bit beyond the taste of even the Uchiha. That created a sort of rivalry between the two clans, who both felt that their own personal dojutsu surpassed the other. So many schoolyard debates came to fisticuffs over the power scale of the greatest shinobi from both sides, whether the Sharingan or Byakugan was better. The Sharingan tended to win most of the polls issued by the children at the academy, but the proponents of the Byakugan would always state that the Byakugan did not require genjutsu to be powerful or any further evolutions, but only the accuracy, the ability to see through genjutsu, and sometimes into people's minds in its strongest form. That its skills were more practical and could make their user into a deadly weapon. Sharingan doesn't need taijutsu to be viable was generally the statement that was shot back at those who fought for the Byakugan's honor, and that was generally what led to a duel between users of the Sharingan and the Byakugan. One person who did not tend to get into such debates was Minato Namikaze. He certainly found it entertaining to listen to, but he didn't generally try to inject himself into these debates. To be honest, while Minato himself was a bit partial to the Sharingan, he wasn't going to discount how powerful the Byakugan could be. They were both strong, just in different ways. But it was the way of the school. Minato, with his jet black hair, his black clothes, and his Uchiha clan mark on his back, tended to sit quietly. He had actually long since awakened his Sharingan. It was a prodigious thing to say the least. He He didn't recall a time where he couldn't activate it. This was something that made others in his clan believe that he was perhaps destined to be the strongest user of the Sharingan since Madara Uchiha himself. Minato hoped not to live up to any comparison to Madara. Madara had tried to destroy the village. He had betrayed his own clan. The mere mention of his name was enough to make Minato spit. He continued to study, trying to ignore the ceaseless arguing between the other classmates, which was getting difficult. Eventually, a fistfight broke out. Looking up, Minato got out of his chair and walked over, trying to break it up. "You guys better break it up before the teacher gets here," he said, trying to push in between. One of the Hyuga clan boys was ready to deck the Uchiha clan boy who had dared impugn upon the honor of his clan. "Brute," the Hyuga clansman said. "You Uchiha, all ruled by your emotions. You just can't control yourselves, can you?" The Uchiha clan boy scoffed. "At least we're not slaves to our own clan. Look at your forehead. You're marked. You will only ever be allowed to do what the Hyuga clan tells you to do. The moment you step out of line, they'll fry your brain. We of the Uchiha clan may live an unruly life, but at least we get to live a life at all." Minato pushed the boy back. "Ko, shut up. That's cruel and mean." Minato looked back and saw the Hyuga clan boy looking away with a scowl, but Minato detected the sight of tears on the lower lids of the boy. Embarrassment. Ko had just touched on something very sensitive to the boy. To be honest, it was customary to have your children marked with the curse mark of the caged bird. Any Hyuga had to be marked by the time the next heir to the main branch turned 3. If it wasn't done, it could be viewed as an act of rebellion, punishable by death if refusal persisted. It was a cruel custom that even the Hyuga mostly disagreed with. It was the thing that most people saw about the Hyuga and pointed to as to show where their darkness lay. "Ko, you gotta apologize," Minato said. Ko scoffed once more. "Why? Why should I apologize for telling the truth? That boy fights for the Byakugan now because he's a slave to the clan who owns it. For all I know, if he ever admitted the Sharingan were better, his own clan would kill him." Minato forcibly put his hand over Ko's mouth, his Sharingan flaring. "Apologize. Now." Ko sighed and rolled his eyes. "Fine. Sorry." The Hyuga boy pushed out of the crowd and just walked on. Slowly, the crowd began to dissipate. As the commotion came to an end, they both sat down. "Why were you defending him?" "We're brothers, aren't we? You should be defending me," Ko said. Minato looked over. "I'm trying to defend the honor of my clan. Do you think the clan head would be pleased to know that you've been getting into petty arguments over a dojutsu?" Ko looked around sarcastically. Yes. I'm standing up for the honor of the clan." Minato sighed and shook his head. "I really wish that you'd stop trying to cause an issue, Ko. You should know by now that what makes a true shinobi isn't the type of dojutsu they have, but what they do with it. Perhaps so, but our dojutsu does give us the edge and the advantage. There's a reason why more Uchiha end up on the Anbu than any other clan." Minato put his pencil down and looked to his brother. "And perhaps there's a reason why no Uchiha has ever been Hokage," Minato said. Ko smiled. "Perhaps, but you plan to change that, don't you?" "Yes, but only if you don't screw it up for me," Minato said as he returned to his work. "Not if I beat you to it," a third voice said, leaning over the desk behind her. "What do you want, mater?" The girl behind him grew red in the face, almost as red as her hair, to which the nickname came from. She was called Mater in class due to how her hair made her look like a tomato. She slapped him in the back of the head. "You know I don't like being called that." "Well, tough tits. If you don't want to be called Mater, then dye your hair." "You should dye it green," Ko said. "Then you'd be a green mater." A notebook was thrown into Ko's face. Ko was about to start fighting when Minato reached out and stopped him. "You don't punch girls, Ko," Minato reminded him. "Why not?" Kushina asked. "Afraid you'll lose?" Ko began fighting against Minato's arm again. Minato threw him back into his seat. "Bad, Ko. Bad. Don't make me get the spritzer again." Ko sat there quietly. Enter Kushina Uzumaki, a transfer student from Uzoshio-Gankare. Recently, the next Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. She was small but strong, and despite her powerful reserves, she could hardly contain the power of the Ninetales. Due to the beast's unruly chakra, only the Uzumaki or those of their heritage were deemed fit to be its Jinchuriki. This was due to both the increased chakra limits of an Uzumaki that could better encompass that of what was reputed to be the strongest tailed beast, but also due to their utilization of sealing jutsu. The Uzumaki were known for it. Many clans may have been practitioners of sealing jutsu, but only the Uzumaki could be named top dogs. Despite both of these things being present in Kushina, she wasn't very capable of controlling the Ninetales. The entire village, or at least the vast majority of it, sat on top of a special sealing circle designed to further increase the Jinchuriki's control over the Ninetales. And while Kushina could leave that circle, the moment she did, the Ninetales' influence became noticeably larger. This effectively made her a useless weapon in the wars Konoha often waged, as the moment she left the village, she would become more of a danger to her allies as opposed to her enemy. But despite that, she set her sights high, hoping to become the first female Hokage in the history of Konoha. That technically made her Minato's rival. As the day dragged on, they finished their classes and began making their way home. Minato and Ko together strode back to the compound in a happy way. While it was getting late, it was also known that they had no homework to do, which meant that the rest of their day was free. So what do you want to do when we get home, Minato? Want to play Shinobi Strikers? Minato thought about it. I was kinda thinking about Ultimate Ninja Storm. Which one? Ko asked. Generations. Why Generations? You know 4 is better. Minato thought about it. I'm not sure. I just feel nostalgic about it. It was the first one I was ever invited to play when I visited Fugaku's house. Ko sighed. Then Generations it is. But I get to play as Hashirama Senju. Getting there, they were stopped by Fugaku Uchiha. Hey boys, ready to get schooled in Hashirama Cart? Minato
The Life of Natsu Dragneel, Fairy Tale. Natsu Dragneel is a mage of the Fairy Tale Guild, wherein he's a member of Team Natsu. He's the younger brother of Zareth Dragneel, having originally died 400 years ago, being subsequently revived as his brother's most powerful Aetherius, END. Natsu is also among the 5 Dragon Slayers sent to the future from 400 years past, having an additional purpose in the assistance in the defeat of Acnologia. Welcome to the Amagi. In today's video, we're going over the life of Natsu Dragneel. Before we begin, we publish a new video every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. The Amagi's reach stretches beyond just this channel, so if you're a fan of us, please consider subscribing to our other channels and following us on all of our social media. Help us reach our goal of passing 100,000 followers on all of our accounts by the end of the year. And with that out of the way, let's get into the video. Background. 400 years ago, Natsu was born as the younger brother of Zareth, and they lived peacefully in a small village with their parents. However, Natsu died at a young age alongside their parents courtesy of a dragon attack. This caused Zareth to research magic and its relation to life and death, and much later, with Zareth using his dead body, he was revived as the strongest demon, END, whose purpose was to kill Zareth. During this time, he also met Igniel. However, the dragon chose not to kill him because he loved him extremely so. With Igniel as his guardian, Natsu became acquainted with Gajiel, with whom he frequently fought, Wendy, Sting, and Rogue. All 5 of them met several times a year when their dragon parents got together for meetings. He also had his signature scarf knitted from Igniel's molted scales by Anna. Igniel went out of his way to teach Natsu how to talk, write, and perform his own signature form of lost magic, Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Igniel ultimately chose, like 4 other dragons of that time period, to seal his damaged soul inside Natsu's body and leap 400 years into the future, recover his strength with the future's high ether nano concentrations, and kill Acnologia. While initially thought to have been abandoned by Igniel on July 7th, X777, it was actually the day and year Natsu awoke in the future, like the other 4 Dragon Slayers. However, when Natsu woke, he believed that Igniel had abandoned him, not knowing that he had instead opted to reside inside Natsu's body for many years to come. The departure of END from the past also gave rise to many legends about the strongest demon from Zareth's works, including his creation and the leading of Tartaros. When in fact Margir happened upon END's tome and used it to unify other Aetherius under a single cause and was the one who created Tartaros, and the fact that he was the most vile creation in Zareth's library of works. After waking up, Natsu left on a quest to find Igniel and was eventually found by the guildmaster of Fairy Tale, Makarov Dreyer. Natsu ended up joining
Billy.
The Life of Natsu Dragneel, Fairy Tale. Natsu Dragneel is a mage of the Fairy Tale Guild, wherein he's a member of Team Natsu. He's the younger brother of Zareth Dragneel, having originally died 400 years ago, being subsequently revived as his brother's most powerful Aetherius, END. Natsu is also among the 5 Dragon Slayers sent to the future from 400 years past, having an additional purpose in the assistance in the defeat of Acnologia. Welcome to the Amagi. In today's video, we're going over the life of Natsu Dragneel. Before we begin, we publish a new video every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. The Amagi's reach stretches beyond just this channel, so if you're a fan of us, please consider subscribing to our other channels and following us on all of our social media. Help us reach our goal of passing 100,000 followers on all of our accounts by the end of the year. And with that out of the way, let's get into the video. Background. 400 years ago, Natsu was born as the younger brother of Zareth, and they lived peacefully in a small village with their parents. However, Natsu died at a young age alongside their parents courtesy of a dragon attack. This caused Zareth to research magic and its relation to life and death, and much later, with Zareth using his dead body, he was revived as the strongest demon, END, whose purpose was to kill Zareth. During this time, he also met Igniel. However, the dragon chose not to kill him because he loved him extremely so. With Igniel as his guardian, Natsu became acquainted with Gajiel, with whom he frequently fought, Wendy, Sting, and Rogue. All 5 of them met several times a year when their dragon parents got together for meetings. He also had his signature scarf knitted from Igniel's molted scales by Anna. Igniel went out of his way to teach Natsu how to talk, write, and perform his own signature form of lost magic, Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Igniel ultimately chose, like 4 other dragons of that time period, to seal his damaged soul inside Natsu's body and leap 400 years into the future, recover his strength with the future's high ether nano concentrations, and kill Acnologia. While initially thought to have been abandoned by Igneal on July 7th, X777, it was actually the day and year Natsu awoke in the future, like the other 4 Dragon Slayers. However, when Natsu woke, he believed that Igneal had abandoned him, not knowing that he had instead opted to reside inside Natsu's body for many years to come. The departure of END from the past also gave rise to many legends about the strongest demon from Zeref's works, including his creation and the leading of Tartaros, when in fact Mardgeir happened upon END's tome and used it to unify other Aetherius under a single cause and was the one who created Tartaros, and the fact that he was the most vile creation in Zeref's library of works. After waking up, Natsu left on a quest to find Igneal and was eventually found by the guildmaster of Fairy Tail, Makarov Dreyer. Natsu ended up joining Fairy Tail, in which he formed a close sibling-like rivalry with Grey Fullbuster and Urza Scarlet. He's also shown to be on good terms with Lysana Strauss and Elfman Strauss not long after they arrived to the guild. One day, Natsu finds an egg in the East Forest of Magnolia. Thinking it to be a dragon egg, Natsu took it to the guild and asked Makarov to make it hatch, but Makarov and Urza told him that he was the only one who could make the egg hatch through love and care. Lysana offered to help Natsu care for the egg until it hatched, to which Natsu happily accepted. The two built a shabby straw house in the park to keep the egg warm, becoming very close in the process. The next morning, Natsu discovered that the egg was missing and began to blame several of his guildmates. After arguing with almost everyone in the guild and nearly starting a fight with Mira Jane, Elfman appears carrying the egg, explaining that he only wanted to help but was too embarrassed to ask. Suddenly, the egg hatches and a blue cat with wings comes out. Lysana remarks upon the sudden change in the guild's atmosphere after the cat's birth, prompting Natsu to name the cat Happy. A few years pass and Lysana partakes upon an S-job class with her siblings in which she's supposed to hunt a creature called the Beast. Natsu wishes to go with her, but Elfman opposes, as he felt that he should be the one to take care of his family. However, Lysana is accidentally killed, supposedly, by Elfman during his attempt at taking over the monster. Though Natsu forgives him, he's greatly saddened by the event. Macau Arc.
Oh, hey, I found this Cash App card on the street.
Is that my card?
Watch me rack up $300 worth of hibachi shrimp on it. Hit me.
Arigato gozaimasu.
It's Japanese for thank you.
With Cash App, you can lock your card if it's ever lost or stolen. Because if it's weird for real, it's weird for real.
Natsu receives a tip from Krove that Salamander has been spotted in Hargion. Convinced that the salamander is Igneal, Natsu and Happy travel to Hargion by train. After getting off, the two stumble across a crowd of young, love-struck women eagerly shouting the name Salamander. Excited, Natsu breaks into the crowd, but rather than seeing a dragon, he meets including his creation and the leading of Tartaros, when in fact Mardgeir happened upon END's tome and used it to unify other Aetherius under a single cause and was the one who created Tartaros, and the fact that he was the most vile creation in Zeref's library of works. After waking up, Natsu left on a quest to find Igneal and was eventually found by the guildmaster of Fairy Tail, Makarov Dreyer. Natsu ended up joining Fairy Tail, in which he formed a close sibling-like rivalry with Grey Fullbuster and Urza Scarlet. He's also shown to be on good terms with Lysana Strauss and Elfman Strauss not long after they arrived to the guild. One day, Natsu finds an egg in the East Forest of Magnolia. Thinking it to be a dragon egg, Natsu took it to the guild and asked Makarov to make it hatch, but Makarov and Urza told him that he was the only one who could make the egg hatch through love and care. Lysana offered to help Natsu care for the egg until it hatched, to which Natsu happily accepted. The two built a shabby straw house in the park to keep the egg warm, becoming very close in the process. The next morning, Natsu discovered that the egg was missing and began to blame several of his guildmates. After arguing with almost everyone in the guild and nearly starting a fight with Mira Jane, Elfman appears carrying the egg, explaining that he only wanted to help but was too embarrassed to ask. Suddenly, the egg hatches and a blue cat with wings comes out. Lysana remarks upon the sudden change in the guild's atmosphere after the cat's birth, prompting Natsu to name the cat Happy. A few years pass and Lysana partakes upon an S-job class with her siblings in which she's supposed to hunt a creature called the Beast. Natsu wishes to go with her, but Elfman opposes, as he felt that he should be the one to take care of his family. However, Lysana is accidentally killed, supposedly, by Elfman during his attempt at taking over the monster. Though Natsu forgives him, he's greatly saddened by the event. Macau Arc. Natsu receives a tip from Krove that Salamander has been spotted in Hargion. Convinced that the salamander is Igneal, Natsu and Happy travel to Hargion by train. After getting off, the two stumble across a crowd of young, love-struck women eagerly shouting the name Salamander. Excited, Natsu breaks into the crowd, but rather than seeing a dragon, he meets a fire mage claiming to be named Salamander. Downtrodden that the salamander isn't Igneal, Natsu rejects an autograph from the imposter and walks away, causing the mage's crowd of female fans to attack Natsu. Through his antics, Natsu saves a traveling mage, Lucy Heartfilia, from the influence of Salamander's illegal charm magic, which he used to infatuate the crowd of girls. Out of appreciation, Lucy buys a meal for him and Happy, and the duo listen to Lucy talk about her dream, to be able to join a guild. After the meal, they part ways. Later that night, when Natsu overhears a conversation that Salamander is supposedly a member of Fairy Tail, he instantly becomes suspicious and crashes the party on the mage's ship. While on the ship, Natsu discovers that Lucy is on board, as Salamander had tricked her into thinking that he could get her into Fairy Tail. The ship, being a general mode of transport, causes Natsu to become violently ill, leaving him defenseless against his enemies. Natsu gets sick on all modes of transport. It's a weird character quirk of his. After being rescued by Happy, Lucy summons the celestial spirit Aquarius, who uses her water magic to wash the boat and everyone on it ashore. When the ship is on dry land and the rocking motion is gone, Natsu regains his vitality and confronts Salamander, declaring himself to be a member of Fairy Tail, thereby exposing the mage as an imposter. One of the imposter's crew members reveals his name to be Bora, however, Natsu shows no interest in his identity and is only concerned with his attempt at tarnishing Fairy Tail's name. Natsu and Bora engage in a brief skirmish, ending with Natsu's complete and quite easy decimation of Bora and his crew. However, in the process, Natsu ends up destroying a major part of Harjian's port. The large amount of damage attracts the attention of the Rune Knights, prompting Natsu and Happy to flee with Lucy in tow. Lucy is initially uneasy, but Natsu, knowing that Lucy wants to join Fairy Tail, invites her to join Fairy Tail, and she happily accepts. Upon returning to the guild in Magnolia with Lucy, Natsu angrily attacks Crow for giving him false information on the Salamander, starting a fight, which through various circumstances swiftly evolves into a full-scale brawl. The unruly mages are stopped by Makarov Dreyar, their guildmaster. Not much later, Natsu examines the request board looking for an available job, hoping to garner enough money for food. While picking out a job, Natsu overhears Romeo Conbolt, the son of Fairy Tail's Macao Conbolt, interrogating Makarov as to the reason his father hasn't returned from his mission, which was stationed at Mount Hakabe to slay Vulcans. Empathizing with Romeo's troubles, Natsu leaves together with Happy to find Macao. The two are accompanied by Lucy, who is now an official member of Fairy Tail. After the three reach the snowstorm-ravaged mountain, they're attacked by a Vulcan, which whisks Lucy away to its cavernous lair at the peak of the mountain. Thinking that this particular Vulcan is responsible for Macao's disappearance, Natsu chases the Vulcan to its lair and demands to know where Macao is. However, the Vulcan tricks Natsu into coming near a hole in the cavern and pushes him into it, sending him plummeting off the side of the mountain. Fortunately, Happy rescues him. When back in the cave, Natsu sees Lucy fighting the Vulcan using the celestial spirit Taurus, and mistaking the bull spirit to be another monster knocks the spirit out. Natsu soon defeats the Vulcan, who is then revealed to actually be Macao, who was taken over by the Vulcan. They find Macao to be seriously wounded, having fought 19 Vulcans before being taken over by the 20th. Natsu saves his life by burning the wound shut, and returns to Magnolia with his friends, reuniting Macao and his son. Daybreak Arc.
Weird. Someone's trying to log into my Cash App. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure it's nothing serious. Like identity theft. Just give me those numbers on your phone.
With Cash App, you'll be alerted if someone tries to log into your account. Because if it's weird for real, it's weird for real.
After Lucy accommodates herself to her new living arrangements, she finds Natsu and Happy to have shamelessly entered her apartment uninvited. To no avail, she tries to get them to leave and instead opts to offer her two companions a cup of tea and teach them the inner workings of celestial spirit magic. Lucy summons Plu, the Canis Minor, and forms a contract with him. Plu then, with Natsu interrupting, suggests that he, Lucy, and Happy form a team. Their first mission, infiltrate a mansion and steal a book. When the team arrives in Shiratsume Town, they make their way to their clients, in this case the unfortunately mustached Kabi Melon's house, where he informs them of the mission details, and that the reward amount for completing said job had greatly increased. Impassioned, Lucy disguises herself as a maid, hoping to infiltrate the mansion. However, she's rejected by the mansion's owner, Everlu, for being too ugly. And as such, Natsu, Lucy, and Happy instead resolve to sneak into the mansion and take the book by force. The trio moves quietly about Everlu's mansion until they're found by the miser's maids, whom Natsu easily defeats. Shortly thereafter, Team Natsu finds themselves in the library, and Natsu rather quickly finds the book they're looking for, Daybreak. As Natsu's about to burn the book, thereby completing their job, Lucy sees that the book was written by Kemu Zalion, her favorite author, and tells Natsu that he can destroy it. Just then, Everlou himself surfaces from below the ground, having taken no action solely to see what their objectives were, and calls upon the Vanished brothers to eliminate them. Lucy, however, declares that the book is harboring a secret and asks Natsu to buy her some time. Everlou goes after her, interested in the secret, and Natsu tells Happy to follow them while he deals with the brothers. After defeating the Vanished brothers, Natsu grabs hold onto the head maid when she begins to move. Consequently, when Everlou summons his head maid, who's actually the celestial spirit Virgo, Natsu is brought to Everlou's location. Lucy shouts for him to deal with Virgo while she defeats Everlou. He complies, delivering her a powerful blow. After defeating Everlou, Natsu begrudgingly returns the book to Kabi and finds out that Kemu Zalion, who is actually Kabi's father, Zekua Melon, it's an anagram, very clever, cast a spell on the book and that its real meaning lay hidden within. The group decides to not take any payment for the job, much to Lucy's dismay, since they didn't destroy the book and their job stated for them to do it, so technically they didn't do their job. Eisenwald arc.
This is big. Huge. Enormous. Humongous. Gigantic. Galactic. Gargantuan.
Sorry, I'm just so excited.
Check out these mega must-haves for, you got it, the big game. The Hisense 100-inch class QD7 series QLED TV is so big, massive.
Sorry, go on.
You'll feel like you're sitting in the stands. It's so big, it's like putting four 50-inch TVs together. A big screen needs a big mount. The Sanus Tilt mount is designed for TVs up to 140 inches, and the tilt allows you to have the most optimal viewing experience. Monumental. With the Tablo 4th Gen 2 tuner, you won't miss any big moments. You can watch, pause, rewind, or record your favorite plays. There's no subscription or monthly fees. You can watch all the major networks and over 70 streaming channels. The Sennheiser Ambio Soundbar Plus lets you experience the big game with sound that's epic. We're talking a breathtaking cinematic experience designed to give you goosebumps. And you don't need any other speakers. The Ambio does all the work in a single compact device. Colossal! Big game, big stage, big experience.
I just thought of another one. Commodious.
Upon the technical failure of their mission, Team Natsu returns to the guild, where Natsu once again gets into a fight with Gray. Loki then rushes into the guild in a panic and warns the two that Urza has finished her job as well, and that she's on the way back to the guild. Almost immediately, Natsu and Gray cease their bickering and begin acting like best friends. Upon her arrival, Urza, much to their horror, asks Natsu and Gray to accompany her on a mission. When they arrive at the train station, Natsu compromises with Urza, saying that he'll only go if she agrees to fight with him when they return, to which Urza agrees. On the train, Natsu succumbs to his motion sickness, and Urza, in an attempt to make him feel better, knocks him out. Naturally. The other members start to discuss the mission, but in the process forget to wake up Natsu and leave him behind on the train. Kageyama, a member of the Dark Guild Eisenwald, the guild that they were talking about earlier, tries to start a conversation with Natsu. However, Kageyama attacks Natsu and the two begin to fight, with Natsu quickly getting the upper hand when the train stops. During their fight, Natsu notices the lullaby flute, and before the train starts to move again, jumps out of the train's window into a magic four-wheel vehicle driven by Urza. The team then, via vehicle, returns to the train station. So, you know what happens to Natsu at this point. So because of that, Lucy has to carry him. Despite being denied entry onto the platform, the team enters nonetheless and are confronted by the members of Eisenwald. Upon hearing Kageyama's voice, Natsu snaps out of his stupor and protects Lucy from one of Kageyama's attacks. Urza then orders him and Gray to go after Aragorn, and the two agree to split up and find him. To start, Natsu searches for Aragorn by breaking down walls, even though the doors happen to be situated right next to him. That's the kind of person he is. Kageyama then sneaks up behind Natsu, attacking him. After the two mages exchange blows, Natsu, proving to be the stronger of the two, quickly overwhelms Kageyama and questions him on the whereabouts of Aragorn. Just as Urza arrives to question him on how to dispel the barrier of wind around the station, to everyone's surprise, Kageyama is suddenly stabbed in the back by one of his allies, and Natsu, in a rage, attacks the assassin, trying to avenge Kageyama. Thanks to the aid of the celestial spirit Virgo, whose key Lucy acquired after defeating Everlou, Team Natsu is able to travel underneath the wind wall via tunnel. With the aid of Happy's max speed, Natsu quickly begins to chase after Aragorn. After Natsu finds Aragorn, the two begin their brawl, and Natsu gains the upper hand, forcing Aragorn to use his Storm Mail to cope with the Fire Dragon Slayer's power. With Natsu's flames being put out, Natsu's flame-enhanced punches are reduced to nothing more than, regular punches, frustrating him. With this, Natsu's flames burn hotter, courtesy of Natsu's own Flame of Emotion. Happy, noticing the effects of the superheated fire on Aragorn's Storm Mail, appeals to Natsu's rivalry with Grey. With his flames burning hotter than ever, courtesy to his rage, Natsu defeats Aragorn. When the others arrive, Kageyama steals the lullaby flute and goes to the Guildmaster's meeting. The team quickly follows and are stopped from saving Makarov by the other Guildmasters, while Makarov convinces Kageyama
Hey y'all. Hey, anybody in here?
The Iron Dragon, whom he reveals to have disappeared on July 7th, X777, just like Igneal had. While reconstructing the broken guild, Natsu carries a ridiculous amount of wooden beams and challenges Gray to carry twice as more, which he does for a very minute amount of time. Urza, in response, hits the two of them with a wooden beam of her own and orders the two of them to stop messing around. Natsu, Gray, and Urza then opt to take a break and visit Lucy at her house, but find that she's returned home. Worried, they rush to her house, only to find that Lucy had returned to visit her mother's grave. When they return, Natsu and Gray overhear Lucy's description of the punishment that she received from Aquarius for losing her keys, which were returned to her indirectly by Loki, and Natsu tries to imagine the expression Lucy would have made had her butt been hurt. Natsu unfortunately is able to imagine such a thing because Urza, in a temper, strikes the Fire Dragon Slayer with a chair for being unable to read the room. Urza's fury, however, is directed at Laxus, whom she yells at for not being involved in the war, whilst he derides Team Shadowgear for their weakness. Natsu then challenges Laxus to a fight and tries to punch him, but Laxus effortlessly dodges and leaves with the affirmation that he'll make the strongest guild. Urza then tells Natsu to forget about Laxus and suggests that they, Lucy, Gray, and Happy should all do a job together, which involves attacking an illegal magic school. While doing said job, Team Natsu destroys half a stretch of road. Loki arc. As Natsu is incorrectly playing pool with Gray, Lucy takes on a special mission from Mira Jane. As Team Natsu travels to their destination, Natsu succumbs once again to his motion sickness and lies motionless. There, they find that the mission is to help a theater house with their production, which they do, but consequently they destroy the theater house in the process. Property damage seems to be a recurring thing already in this series. However, to everyone's surprise, the play becomes quite popular. After defeating some troublemakers in Balsam Village, Natsu and the others decide to stay at an inn for the night. As they're talking, they notice Loki in the distance and try to speak to him, but Loki, upon noticing Lucy's presence, runs away. During their stay at the inn, Natsu starts a pillow fight between Gray, Urza, and himself. With Gray apparently winning, Natsu is unable to accept this loss and calls on Lucy to make a judgment. Upon noticing Loki's disappearance, Natsu searches for his fellow fairy tale mage. Tower of Heaven arc. After discovering that Loki is a celestial spirit, Natsu expresses his desire to be able to summon a dragon, claiming he wants a way to test how powerful his Dragon Slayer magic truly is, and Lucy says that he can't just summon celestial spirits to spar with them. When Loki gives Lucy tickets to a resort where he'd previously reserved rooms for himself and his girlfriends, Natsu joins her, Urza, and Grey in a small vacation in which they take a break from completing jobs. After a day of relaxation, Team Natsu visits the casino, where Natsu tries his luck at roulette but is attacked by Wally Buchanan, who points his gun at Natsu and fires into his mouth. After the abduction of both Urza and Happy, Natsu, incensed by Wally's attempts to kill him, assists the others, with the newly arrived Juvia Loxer in tracking Urza, which he successfully does by using his keen sense of smell, resulting in the group's arrival at the Tower of Heaven. Upon their arrival, the team uses Juvia's oxygen bubbles to sneak into the tower's basement via an underwater tunnel, and Natsu's urge to fight is quelled as the guards attempt to stop them. After meeting up with Urza, Natsu separates from the group, separating to locate Happy. After arriving in Miliana's room, Natsu tries on a large cat-shaped mask, but finds it stuck and won't come off. When Wally tries to ambush him again, Miliana arrives and stops Wally from shooting Natsu, whom she believes to be an actual cat. Natsu's luck, however, runs out when Wally convinces Miliana that Natsu is in fact not a cat, and the two dark mages attack in unison, with Miliana binding Natsu with her Nekosoku tube, preventing him from using his Dragon Slayer magic. Natsu, utilizing his quick wit, takes advantage of Miliana's love for cats and pretends to be in pain, invoking her pity. Miliana then unbinds Natsu, and with his Dragon Slayer magic once again usable, Natsu defeats the two dark mages with his Fire Dragon's wing attack. After Happy finally removes the cat mask off of Natsu, Wally attempts to continue their fight, but Natsu states that it's already over. Suddenly, dozens of mouths grow all over the walls. Jalal tells everyone that they're part of Heaven's game and explains the rules to them. Following Jalal's announcement of the Heaven's game, Natsu tries to cheat by using Happy's magic to fly directly to the top floor, but is intercepted by Fukuro. Simon tries to fight Fukuro in Natsu's stead, but is easily defeated. Natsu and Fukuro then begin their battle, but Fukuro takes advantage of Natsu's motion sickness to incapacitate and then subsequently swallow him, thus absorbing his Fire Dragon Slayer magic. The final stages of the absorption process are interrupted with the arrival of Grey, who, in a rage because of the pain Urza is going through, defeats Fukuro, albeit with some difficulty, with his Ice Blade 7 slice dance, freeing Natsu in the process. After the fight with Fukuro, Natsu wakes up on Simon's back and listens to Simon plead for Natsu to save Urza. Although initially refusing, saying that Urza needs to defeat her enemies by herself, Natsu quickly changes his mind once Simon reveals that Urza can't defeat Jalal. Simon goes on to say that because of their history together, Urza may still try to save him, and that Jalal will most certainly take advantage of her emotions. Simon also reveals his concern that, with the firing of Ethereum, Urza may try to take Jalal down with her. Such a statement drives Natsu over the edge, and he demands that Simon tell him where Urza currently is. Natsu then arrives at the last second, just moments after the firing of Ethereum, and saves Urza from being absorbed into the R-System Lacrima, telling her that they need to finish the job, otherwise Lucy won't be able to pay her rent on time. In response to Urza's comment regarding her immobility, Natsu tickles her. Urza then tearfully begs Natsu not to fight Jalal, stating that he'll lose. Natsu then picks Urza up and asks her why she's acting the way that she is, and reassures her that he'll win before subsequently knocking her out. Natsu then turns to face Jalal and states that the Urza he knows is strong, mean, and scary, and that it's his fault that she's crying. Natsu then says that he hopes that Urza will go back to normal once she wakes up, and charges at Jalal. Briefly, it seems that Natsu is stronger than Jalal, but Jalal, saying that he wants to see the full capabilities of a Dragon Slayer, starts fighting back. Utilizing the power of Meteor, Jalal is able to outmaneuver and outwit Natsu, and the Dark Mage attacks the Fire Dragon Slayer with his powerful Grand Chariot. Taking note of Jalal's comment regarding all of the damage he's inflicted upon the tower, Natsu destroys some of the Lacrima, stating that Fairy Tail mages specialize in property damage, as we've already seen. Natsu then charges at Jalal again, destroying more of the Lacrima, prompting Jalal to prepare a spell that he claims will finish off Natsu. Urza then awakes and steps in, hoping that Jalal won't attack her. Jalal says that nothing matters anymore and releases his spell. Much to their shock, Simon steps in front of the blast, taking the full brunt of the attack, and passes away. While Jalal mocks Simon, Natsu begins eating Ethereum-infused Lacrima, and then punches Jalal when he says that they have no hope of escape. Eating more of the Ethereum-infused Lacrima, Natsu goes wild, unable to handle the negative side effects. However, Natsu stabilizes and enters Dragon Force, easily overpowering Jalal. Through the fire and flames, Jalal momentarily halts Natsu's assaults, saying that he's the only one who can hear Zaref's voice, claiming that he'll create a land of freedom, and prepares to cast Abyss Break, intent on killing them all, but a prior wound dealt by Urza interrupts his casting. Natsu then says that there's no freedom for anyone who's trapped by a ghost, and punches Jalal, sending him flying into the Tower of Heaven, destroying the entire structure. After the battle, Natsu faints and Urza opts to carry him, but she soon realizes that the Ethereum can't be contained much longer, and that soon the Tower of Heaven will be engulfed in a massive explosion. Urza decides to sacrifice herself and fuse with the Etherean to save everybody, but Natsu wakes up during the fusion process and demands to know what she's doing. Urza replies that she can't imagine a world without Fairy Tail or her friends, and that if she can save everyone, then she'll do it without any hesitation. As the fusion process is completed, Urza states that she'll always be with him, as a crying Natsu begs her to stop. The Tower of Heaven then turns into a vortex, disappearing into thin air. Following the disappearance of the tower, Natsu emerges, carrying Urza, and tearfully tells her to never do something like that again, to which Urza thanks Natsu and promises to never do so again. Following their return, Natsu sleeps for 3 straight days, only to wake up when he hears Grey insult him and remind him of his defeat at the hands of Fukuro. However, Natsu falls straight back to sleep. Later that night, Natsu feasts with the others, having recovered from the side effects of ingesting Etherean. As Urza starts her send-off for Wally, Miliana, and Sho, Natsu appears and says that he hopes to see them again sometime soon and sets off fireworks, using his magic alongside Grey and Lucy as a farewell. Battle of Fairy Tail Arc.
Oh, hey, I found this Cash App card on the street.
Is that my card?
Watch me rack up $300 worth of hibachi shrimp on it. Hit me.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
It's Japanese for thank you.
With Cash App, you can lock your card if it's ever lost or stolen. Because if it's weird for real, it's weird for real.
Here's to a healthier me with these must-haves for healthy days. The Aura Ring 4 gets me going in the morning. The Ring, along with the Aura membership, helps me prioritize my long-term health goals. It tracks more than 30 biometrics, so I get personal insights that help me know what my body needs. The design is so sleek and it's so comfortable, I didn't even realize I'm wearing it. Healthy days need healthy meals. The Ninja Detect Power Blender Pro whips up the smoothest smoothies and so much more. BlendSense technology detects and adjusts blending time, speed, and pulses for perfectly smooth results. The Withings Body Smart Scale keeps me honest with advanced body composition. I get a comprehensive view of my body with metrics like body fat, water percentage, and all the masses, muscle mass, bone mass, and lean mass. And data from every weigh-in appears automatically via Wi-Fi or Bluetooth in the Withings app. Lastly, I approach every day with a clean cut, thanks to Manscaped, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra Essentials Kit. It comes with the Ultra Electric Trimmer to trim, shave, and shape. Plus the Crop Soother Aftershave Lotion for the best below-the-waist shave. I'm feeling better already.
After returning to the guild, Natsu discovers that it's been rebuilt, and that they now have 2 new members, Juvia and, much to Natsu's surprise, Gajiel. Provoked by Gajiel, Natsu begins fighting with him, which escalates once again into a brawl involving the whole guild. Natsu also states that he doesn't like the guild's new look, claiming that it's not the same as it used to be. Shortly thereafter, Natsu, still not completely recovered, begins to once again reel from the side effects of ingesting Etherean-infused lacrima and goes home to lay down, but instead opts to sleep in Lucy's bed. Natsu later returns to hunt down a writer for Sorcerer magazine whom he believes to be damaging his reputation. During the Harvest Festival, Natsu remains sick and, as such, pays no attention to the Miss Fairy Tale even when Evergreen arrives and turns all of the other contestants into stone. Laxus, alongside his bodyguards, the Thunder God tribe, announced the Battle of Fairy Tale, threatening to kill the girls unless everyone joins in, effectively making them hostages. Natsu, overhearing Laxus's plan to have the guild engage in a battle royale, leaps to his feet, suddenly rejuvenated by the prospect. Natsu leaps forward to attack Laxius, but a quick electric shock from the Lightning Mage deals with the Fire Dragon Slayer. After watching his guildmates getting taken out, either by each other or the Thunder God tribe, Natsu runs intent on joining the battle, but is oddly stopped from exiting the area, courtesy of Freed Justine's magic, which is only supposed to keep stone statues or those over the age of 80 from leaving. Upon discovering that Gajiel was in the guild building, Natsu watches as Makarov orders the Iron Dragon Slayer to go take care of his grandson, only to see that, just like himself, Gajiel is unable to leave the guild. Natsu then resolves to restore Urza, claiming that, to Makarov and Happy's horror, he will just use his flames to break the stone. The stone covering Urza's body cracks, causing Natsu and Gajiel to panic, with Natsu asking Happy to find superglue. Gajiel scolds Natsu, claiming that with his iron and his fire he could simply weld her shut. Surprisingly, they succeed. Urza is freed, but thinking the two have done something to her body, she punches the Dragon Slayers away. The mage count on Freed's monitor goes up by 2, rather than the thought 1. Urza then notes that with her freedom came the arrival of another of Fairy Tail's S-class mages, Mystigan. Despite Makarov's worries, Natsu still has faith that Laxus isn't going to harm anyone. However, with Evergreen's defeat at the hands of Urza, not only are all the contestants in the Miss Fairy Tale contest freed, but Makarov's fears are also proven true as Laxus activates Thunder Palace, threatening to destroy Magnolia and everyone in it if he doesn't relinquish his spot as Guildmaster. Natsu, horrified, watches as Makarov collapses from the stress. Levi, now released from the stone enchantment as well, says that she can rewrite Freed's runes, which she eventually manages to do, allowing Natsu and Gajeel to enter the fray. Natsu, who met up with Urza, eventually finds and interrupts Laxus's battle with Mistigan at the Cardia Cathedral. The two of them witness to their astonishment Laxus removing Mistigan's mask, revealing that Mistigan looks exactly like Jalal. Urza asks Mistigan if he is Jalal, to which he then states that he wished Urza would never see his face, and that he knows who Jalal is but denies that they're the same person. As Mistigan leaves, Urza is attacked by Laxus, but Natsu demands that she leave Laxus to him. Natsu then charges at Laxus, and though Laxus doesn't take Natsu seriously at first, as their battle progresses, Laxus begins to change his approach, taking note of Natsu's skill. As Urza leaves to deal with Laxus's Thunder Palace, Natsu chides Laxus for not really wanting to carry out his plan, stating that he just wants his grandfather to give in. His grandfather, whom neither realize has fallen deathly ill. He has faith that Urza will stop the spell, despite Laxus's thoughts otherwise. Natsu's faith in Urza is proven to have been for the better, as Freed's report shows that Urza and all the other defeated members of Fairy Tail team up and destroy the Lacrima powering the Thunder Palace. Although Thunder Palace is destroyed, Magnolia remains unsafe, as Laxus, in a rage, states that he'll take control of everything by force. As Laxus gets serious, Natsu holds his own for a very short amount of time before he's utterly dominated by the Lightning Mage. Laxus then prepares to kill Natsu with his Raging Bolt, and the powerful spell strikes the ground with resounding force. As Laxus laughs, saying that Natsu can't do anything now that he's dust, Gajeel, who's revealed to have saved Natsu, derides Laxus for his action, asking him if Natsu is his comrade. Gajeel then drops Natsu, and Natsu questions why Gajeel is helping him, as during their battle together, Gajeel stated that there isn't room in the sky for two dragons. Gajeel replies that there still isn't, but with all the lightning around he can't fly as he pleases. With that, the two Dragon Slayers begin their assault against the deranged Laxus. Together, by combining their prowess with their respective Dragon Slayer magics, Natsu and Gajeel appear to have bested Laxus. However, Laxus emerges from the smoke and rubble unharmed, claiming that they should be ashamed to call themselves Dragon Slayers. Laxus then states that Makarov would scold him if he showed it to them, but then he says that he doesn't care, and that he'll show them what a real Dragon Slayer is like. In disbelief, Natsu and Gajeel watch as Laxus prepares his Dragon's Roar, with Natsu screaming at Laxus, asking if he was a Dragon Slayer all this time. Laxus then fires his Lightning Dragon's Roar, which critically injures and paralyzes Natsu and Gajeel. Unable to move, Natsu watches as Laxus prepares to use Makarov's ultimate magic, Fairy Law, intent on killing everyone, not just from the guild, but from the whole of Magnolia. Levi then appears, claiming that Makarov is on his deathbed, much to Natsu and Laxus' surprise. As Natsu remains motionless in disbelief, Laxus claims that his chances at becoming master have risen and invokes Fairy Law. After the light subsides and the debris clears, Natsu and Gajeel, as well as Levi and everyone in the guild and town, emerge unscathed. As Laxus wonders why his magic didn't work, Freed, still injured from his fight with Mira Jane, appears, claiming that magic doesn't lie, and that it saw deep in Laxus' heart that he considered nobody, not in the guild nor in Magnolia, as his enemy. Laxus then claims everyone is his enemy, and that he is nobody but himself. As Natsu tells Laxus not to get overconfident, Laxus orders Natsu to be silent, claiming that he doesn't understand anything. Natsu then agrees that he doesn't understand, but claims that it doesn't mean that they're not friends, as guildmates exist to help one another. Natsu then charges at Laxus once more, screaming the fact while Laxus orders Natsu to keep quiet, doing the same. As they charge at each other, Laxus demands that Natsu disappear, as Natsu tells Laxus that he won't get his hands on the guild even if it kills him. As their punches intersect, Laxus' connects first, which is then followed by a series of other powerful melee attacks. Despite beating him at every turn, Natsu repeats that Laxus won't get his hands on the guild, which only angers the Lightning Dragon Slayer even more. Natsu stands up once again, with Levi telling him that if he continues fighting then he could die. Laxus then fires his Lightning Dragon's Heavenward Halberd at Natsu, who falls to the ground, unable to move anymore. With Freed noting that such a spell could kill Natsu, Gajeel, utilizing his Iron Dragon's Club, turns his body into a lightning rod, absorbing the high-voltage blast. With Gajeel telling Natsu to go, the Fire Dragon Slayer reluctantly rises to the ground angered and attacks Laxus with a flurry of his strongest spells before ultimately defeating him with his strongest spell, Crimson Lotus, Exploding Flame Blade. Frustrated over his hollow victory, Natsu stands tall and screams at the top of his lungs. After the Battle of Fairy Tail, most of the members of Fairy Tail are completely recovered, except for Natsu and Gajeel, who are heavily bandaged, with Natsu in particular having his mouth bandaged shut, muffling his speech. When Laxus returns to see Makarov, Natsu begins yelling at him in a muffled voice, with Gajeel acting as the interpreter, saying that because it was a 2-on-1 fight, Natsu's victory didn't count, and that they need to fight again to settle the score. However, quite contrary to his usual sarcastic self, Laxus merely waves at Natsu, earning a confused yet respectful look from the Fire Dragon Slayer. Despite his injuries, Natsu takes part in the Fantasia Parade, operating a fire-blowing float. At the end of the parade, Natsu, alongside the rest of Fairy Tail, holds his hand up, forming the sign that Laxus made to Makarov as a child, letting him know that even if they can't see him, no matter how far away he may be, they'll always be watching him, despite his excommunicated status. Oration Sei's Arc. The following week after the Harvest Festival, Natsu confronts Makarov regarding Laxus' excommunication, but is stopped by Urza. Lucy, on the other hand, frets about her lack of money, to which Natsu suggests that they go on a job together. The next day, they, along with Happy, Urza, and Gray, prepare to leave and capture the escaped convict that their mission details, Velvino. Lucy, however, suddenly runs off, and confused, Natsu and the others follow. Once they find her, they discover that she's not only fine, but she's defeated an entire Dark Guild all by herself. As Lucy is short on money to pay her rent, Natsu and the others help her by taking jobs as waiters and waitresses in Yajima's restaurant, 8 Island. However, Natsu spends most of his time eating the food rather than serving it to customers, and after all the work is done, supports a rather bloated figure. Upon returning to the guild, Natsu and the others find a drawing detailing the core members of the Barum Alliance and all the dark guilds they control. Makarov then informs Fairy Tail that an alliance between several of the legal guilds in the area will be formed, with their primary objective being to destroy 1/3 of the Barum Alliance, the Oration Sei's. The entirety of Team Natsu is selected to represent Fairy Tail. Upon arriving at the meeting point, Team Natsu is greeted by the Trimans and their mentor Ichiya Vandalay Kotobuki, whom Natsu finds unimpressive. After a quick brawl between Urza and Ichiya, the delegates from Lamia Scale arrive. Team Natsu is shocked to see Lion Vastia and Sherry Blendy and remains unimpressed with the arrival of Lamia Scale's third delegate, Jura Nikas of the 10 Wizard Saints. However, upon the arrival of Kate Shelter's delegates, Wendy Marvel and her cat Carla, Natsu mutters Wendy's name, feeling as though he's heard it before. Upon the profiling of the Dark Guild's members being completed, Natsu runs off and declares that he'll fight and defeat the entirety of the Oration Sei's all by himself. The Oration Sei's, however, find the Allied forces first and destroy their airship, the magic bomber Christina. The Dark Guild then moves to confront the Allied forces personally and defeats them all. Natsu and the Allied forces are nearly killed by the Oration Sei's leader, Brain, but the Dark Mage stops upon noticing Wendy. Brain captures Wendy along with a reluctant Happy and then fires the spell he planned on using earlier, intent on killing them all, but is stopped by Jura, who arrives in the nick of time, with Ichiya in tow. As Urza is poisoned by Cobra's pet snake, Kubelios, she demands that they cut her arm off, to which Lion Vastia almost complies. Upon being stopped by Gray, Carla notes that if they save Happy, who is with Wendy, then they can save Urza, with Carla revealing that Wendy is the Sky Dragon Slayer. With this, Natsu runs off with Carla and Gray, asking Carla along the way what element Wendy controls, which she reveals to be air. Natsu then wonders if air is tasty, to which Carla states that she doesn't know, though Gray conjectures that it must be the same as inhaling. They continue their search, only to find and defeat the Dark Guild Naked Mummy. After discovering the Oration Sei's hideout, Natsu keeps pressing onward, leaving Gray to deal with Racer. As he arrives, Natsu is met with shock. Jalal is alive. Natsu, however, is able to safely escape with Happy and Wendy, being protected by Gray and Racer, and guided by Hibiki. Natsu finally manages to reach Urza. Wendy manages to completely heal Urza, and they discuss the fact that Jalal remains alive. However, as Nirvana is awakened, Natsu rushes headstrong to stop Jalal. On his way, Natsu runs into Racer's personal guild and easily defeats them. Natsu then finds an unconscious Gray floating in the river and tries to help him, but when he gets near, a raft floats up from underneath the water, causing Natsu to succumb to his motion sickness. Gray gets up, acting strangely, and prepares to kill Natsu. Lucy and Hibiki, however, appear, halting Gray as the raft comes to a stop. Despite this, Natsu remains incapacitated. It's revealed that the Gray they see is actually Angel's celestial spirit, Gemini. Lucy engages Angel in a battle of celestial spirits, and with the aid of Hibiki, wins. Upon her victory, however, the current of the river sweeps them away, carrying them downstream and over a waterfall. Natsu later wakes up on dry land wearing new clothes as Virgo tends to Lucy's wounds, having saved them and prepared new outfits for the two of them, as theirs were in tatters. Sherry, who has become evil courtesy of the personality-altering effects of Nirvana, appears, intent on killing both Natsu and Lucy, but the real Gray arrives and subdues Sherry, whom is later returned to normal after Lion appears, revealing himself to have survived Racer's explosion. Natsu, along with Gray and Lucy, are caught up in the second stage activation of Nirvana. and are later seen climbing up one of its legs. As Natsu once again becomes motion sick, this time due to Nirvana's movement, Happy arrives and carries Natsu, helping him to stop Brain. However, Cobra takes to the skies as well, riding atop Kubelios and engages Natsu in aerial combat. As the two begin to battle, Cobra manages to maintain the upper hand by listening to Natsu's every movement and thought, although Natsu eventually manages to overcome this by relying on its instincts rather than his head. Deciding that he must now fight seriously, Cobra attacks Natsu, unveiling himself as the Poison Dragon Slayer. Natsu, however, learns that just like Laxus, he is an artificial second-generation Dragon Slayer, meaning that he was implanted with Dragon Lacrima. Cobra then attacks Natsu with his Dragon's Roar, infecting him with a multitude of deadly viruses because he wasn't wearing a mask. Natsu, however, undeterred, tricks Cobra by thinking he'll perform his Fire Dragon's Roar. Cobra hears this and then appears behind Natsu ready to strike. Natsu then screams, taking advantage of Cobra's sensitive hearing, defeating the Dark Mage. Cobra, however, rises again, intent on defeating Natsu once and for all, but is pierced by Brain's magic and falls to the ground, cared for by Kubelios. Brain then reveals that he plans on using Nirvana to turn Natsu evil, thereby forcing the Fire Dragon Slayer to serve him, but thanks to the timely arrival of Gray, Lucy, and Jura, Natsu is saved. After Jura deals with Brain, Wendy and Carla arrive, with Wendy removing the viral toxins from Natsu's body and temporarily curing him of his motion sickness. As the team is led into a trap by Brain, Natsu witnesses Jura save them from said trap, becoming enraged at such a tactic. When the seventh member of the Oratienses, Brain's staff, Clodoa, appears, Natsu and the others are unfazed by the fact that he can talk, and instead waves Clodoa around, demanding that he stops Nirvana. Clodoa, however, frees himself from Natsu's grasp and tells him of their plan to destroy Kate Shelter so that Nirvana can be resealed. Clodoa then starts attacking Team Natsu, sans Urza, but then ceases his activity, acting in fear as, due to Midnight's defeat at the hands of Urza, all the members of the Oratienses have been defeated, thereby releasing Brain's other personality, Zero. As Zero emerges, Natsu comments that his magic feels disgusting and rushes to confront him. Zero then attacks the defeated Jura, who is protected by Gray with his Ice Make shield. Zero pierces through the shield, defeating Gray, and then dodges Natsu's attack, delivering a powerful one of his own, knocking Natsu down. After much encouragement, Natsu and the others rise again, with each of them promising to destroy one of Nirvana's 6 Lacrima. Natsu immediately chooses the first Lacrima and heads off in that direction. When Natsu arrives at the site of the first Lacrima, he finds Zero standing in his path, and the two engage in fierce combat. Jalal, however, appears in the midst of the combat and attacks Natsu with golden flames, shocking both Natsu and Zero, with the latter asking if Jalal's memories had returned. Jalal, although his memories hadn't returned, says he remembers Natsu's name and that he's a ray of hope. Jalal then reveals that flames were a gift, with his intent being to replenish Natsu's strength. Initially, Natsu refuses Jalal's help, opting to attack him instead. Taking advantage of the situation, Zero fires another spell at Natsu. Jalal, much to Natsu's surprise, defends him by taking the full force of the blast. Natsu then accepts Jalal's flames, thanks him for the meal, and consumes them, granting him a large boost in all of his physical abilities. Natsu enters Dragon Force once again. Natsu completely overpowers Zero, and after much difficulty in controlling his newfound power, defeats Zero, piercing through his ultimate spell, Genesis Zero, and destroying the Lacrima, which, alongside the simultaneous destruction of the other Lacrima, courtesy of the other members of the Allied forces, Nirvana is stopped, and the Oratienses are defeated. However, their jubilation lasts nary a second, for the Rune Knights, led by Lahar, appear, having come to arrest Hot-Eye and Jalal. Natsu, however, protests, claiming that Jalal is their comrade, while Urza, Lucy, Happy, and the others look on in sadness. Natsu tries to take Jalal back by force and attacks the Rune Knights, but is stopped by Urza. Natsu, in need of new clothes, ventures to Kate Shelter with the rest of the Allied forces, where they find out that the guild was a fabrication. All the members, excluding Robal, who is the ghost of the sole surviving member of the Nerva tribe, were created by Robal himself to satisfy Wendy's desire for companionship. As the illusions fade away, Natsu watches as Wendy begins to cry, begging Robal not to leave, but Robal consoles Wendy one final time, telling her that she has real friends now. Natsu then watches as Urza comforts the distraught Wendy, telling her to come with them and join Fairy Tail. Natsu exudes his exuberance regarding the effectiveness of Wendy's magic as he rides on a bot, uninhibited by his motion sickness. Wendy, however, states that the magic is only temporary and ineffective if used repeatedly, as the effects wear off and Natsu becomes sick once more. Upon his return and Wendy's induction into Fairy Tail, Natsu begins bragging to Elfman about his battle with Cobra. Edolus arc.
Oh, hey, I found this Cash App card on the street.
Is that?
After finding out that Gildart's Clive is on his way back home, Natsu and the rest of Fairy Tail prepare for his arrival. Even Magnolia itself prepares for Gildart's homecoming, dividing itself into two, creating a lane of travel solely for Gildart's, lest he haphazardly destroy private property. Upon Gildart's arrival, Natsu challenges him to a fight and charges at him, only to be immediately hit into the guild's ceiling, wherein Natsu smiles, saying that Gildart's is as strong as ever. Gildart's then invites Natsu to later visit him at his house. When Natsu and Happy arrive, Gildart's jokes about Natsu's relationship with Lisana, but is shaken when Natsu tells him that she died on a mission 2 years ago. Natsu tries to leave, but Gildart's mentions that he ran into a dragon while on his mission. He says, however, that it wasn't Igneal because the dragon was black, not red. He recounts that he fought it and that it was the reason he failed the quest. Natsu then resolves to go to Zonia Mountain, where Gildart's encountered the dragon in the hopes of learning where Igneal is. Gildart stops Natsu and shows him the wounds inflicted unto him, courtesy of the dragon, the loss of his left arm, leg, and an unspecified organ. Natsu then runs out of Gildart's house, saying that the dragon slayers can defeat dragons before falling into a puddle, reminiscing about the days he and Igneal shared together. While asleep, a giant anima opens up in the sky, absorbing the entire town of Magnolia, the Fairy Tail Guild included. However, because of their dragon slayer magic, Natsu and Wendy weren't sucked into the anima, and neither were Happy and Carla. Carla informs Natsu, Happy, and Wendy about the world parallel to theirs, Edelas. After listening to Carla's description of Edelas and that she and Happy were born there, Natsu resolves to travel to Edelas and save the guild. With the help of Happy and Carla, who utilize their era, Natsu and Wendy use the remaining traces of the anima to travel to Edelas. As they break through the anima, Happy and Carla's wings disappear, causing the four to fall from the sky, crashing conveniently into a storage house filled with clothes. Natsu then looks out the window and sees the guild, although he notes that it looks quite different. As they're about to enter, Natsu is stopped by Carla, who notes that something is amiss. Natsu then sees to his horror that all of his guildmates are acting quite opposite to their normal selves. Before long, he's noticed by Lucy Ashley, whom he believes to be Lucy and the rest of the Edelas fairy tale, crying out in shock over how scary she's become. Lucy, confusing Natsu for his Edelas counterpart, hugs him, saying that they'd been worried about him, but then quickly proceeds to punish Natsu, wrapping her legs around his neck and grinding her fists into his head. During the torture process, Lisana appears, telling Lucy to stop bullying Natsu and for Jet and Droy to stop picking on Elfman. Natsu turns around dumbfounded, beginning to shed tears, and runs up to hug Lisana, but is kicked in the face by Lucy Ashley, who asks Natsu when he started to behave like that, to which he replies with a stutter that Lisana is alive. Natsu is then swept away by Gray, who tells Natsu to sit and talk with him, to which Natsu, still sad from Lucy interrupting his moment, demands that Gray take off his many layers of clothing. Carla then deduces, after seeing that there's another Wendy whom is vastly different in every physical regard to their Wendy, and that Mira Jane hasn't changed, that nobody has changed, and that they're counterparts. Meaning that just like how Edelas parallels Earthland, there are different members of Fairy Tail here that parallel their own. As Natsu resolves to go and find their friends, he's stopped by the announcement that the fairy hunter has arrived. Noticing that the entire atmosphere is shaking, Natsu inquires as to what the beast that arrived is. However, before the opposition can attack,
unnecessary?
No. Neither is missing your daughter's competition to do payroll. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll, so you don't have to miss your daughter's big day. Time to shine. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary.
And Coco, who is ranked just under Byro in terms of the kingdom's hierarchy, tries to give them the key to the Dragon Chain Cannon, the machine that Faust plans on using to destroy Extalia, but Sugar Boy glides past them, stealing the key. After chasing and defeating him, Gray catches up with Natsu. When he catches up, Natsu is shocked to see that the key has been destroyed, but Gray, to everyone's surprise, reveals to have created an exact duplicate of the key made from his ice. Shortly thereafter, Urza Nightwalker is seen dragging the bound and unconscious Natsu and Gray to where the Dragon Chain Cannon is located. Urza then grabs Natsu, holding a sword to his throat, and orders Gray to create a duplicate of the key. Gray does so, but not knowing how to work the cannon prompts Urza to order Natsu to take out the soldiers. Urza then appears behind Faust, effectively taking him hostage. Urza then orders the soldiers to halt the firing of the Dragon Chain Cannon. As Faust questions Urza as to what she's doing, she then reveals herself to be Urza Scarlet, re-equipping into her regular attire. As Urza orders the soldiers to aim the Dragon Chain Cannon at the Lacrima, Natsu states their plan to be a success, and when a soldier calls them cowardly for taking a hostage, Natsu says that it doesn't bother him one bit, as they'll resort to anything if it means that their friends are safe. Just then, Urza Nightwalker, the real Urza Nightwalker, appears and attempts to strike Urza, freeing Faust. With Faust now free, the soldiers on Faust's command fire the Dragon Chain Cannon at Extalia. As they fire, however, Coco, now riding atop a legion, arrives and carries Natsu and the others to stop Extalia and the Lacrima from colliding. Although Coco's legion manages to hold back Extalia, even with the combined strength of the mages atop the legion, Extalia still remains in danger of colliding with the Lacrima. Even so, all of the Exseed that reside in Extalia then appear and help Natsu and the others hold back the giant island. Suddenly, the Lacrima disappears and Mystigan, who reveals himself to be Faust's son and effectively the Prince of Edelas, appears, thanking them for giving him enough time to find an anima big enough to return the Lacrima to Earthland. As Mystigan and Panther Lily reminisce, however, Urza Nightwalker shoots the Exceed through the abdomen with her cannon spear. She's then reinforced by much of the royal army, who all appear riding atop legions. When Mystigan tries to stop Urza Nightwalker, Faust appears, piloting an enormous draconian machine, the Dorma Anim, which nullifies all external magic attacks. The king orders the soldiers to capture the Exceeds and then shoots a magic beam from the Dorma Anim. Mystigan then uses mirror water to reflect the beam back at Faust, but unfortunately it does nothing. Faust fires again, hitting Mystigan, sending him plummeting from the sky. Just then, the Dorma Anim is struck thrice, revealing Natsu, Gajiel, and Wendy to have appeared, opting to take on Faust together, leaving the royal army in the hands of the others. Wendy supports Natsu and Gajiel with arms and vernier, making them faster and stronger, allowing them to damage the Dorma Anim. Faust then fires missiles at Wendy, who initially dodges them, but after they're found out to be heat-seeking missiles, Natsu intercepts them, kicking them all away. As Faust prepares to fire more, Gajiel attacks the Dorma Anim before that can happen, prompting Faust to attack the Iron Dragon Slayer with the Dorma Anim's tail. Natsu then charges at Faust, but the two remaining missiles explode just before he's able to reach him. Faust then watches, to his horror, as Natsu eats the flames from the explosion and Gajiel eats the metal tail of the Dorma Anim. Natsu then comments on the strength of the machine, saying that's worthy of being called a dragon. As Natsu spurs out his excitement, the Dorma Anim begins changing form, with Faust promising to crush them with the Dorma Anim Black Sky. Natsu is then lying on the ground, completely overwhelmed by the power the machine possesses. Faust then fires another beam at Natsu and the others, blowing them all away. The Dragon Slayers rise again, with Gajiel telling Natsu and Wendy to use their dragon's roar alongside his. The three Dragon Slayers then do so, with their respective roars merging into an even stronger one. Faust, however, jumps over the combined roar, and before they can prepare another attack, barrages them with a multitude of magic blasts. With their magic power gone, Faust stands apparently triumphant over Natsu and the other Dragon Slayers. With Faust noting that even with infinite magic power comes a time limit, he offers them fair treatment should they surrender. Natsu, however, tells Wendy and Gajiel not to give up, and stands up one more time, demanding that Faust come at him. As Faust attempts to crush Natsu, Natsu holds up the Dorma Anim's foot at bay, and as Gajiel says that they can't do anything with no magic power, Natsu, shouting for them to search for tomorrow's worth, pushes the machine away, telling Faust not to underestimate Dragon Slayers. As Faust attacks Natsu with another magic blast, demanding that he learn his place, Gajiel appears from above and pins the machine's foot to the ground, making it unable to dodge. Gajiel then shouts for Natsu to go, saying that he's the only one who can defeat Faust. Natsu then tells Wendy to get up and aim her Sky Dragon's roar at him. Wendy does so, and Natsu, using the propulsion granted to him by Wendy's roar, releases his flames, creating a fiery vortex. With Fire Dragon's sword horn, Natsu pierces through the Dormaanium, destroying it and pulling Faust out by the scruff of his neck. Natsu and Faust hit the ground with force, and the two roll forward. Natsu, still enraged, stands up, his flames running rampant. The Dragon Slayers take on the visage of their respective parents in Faust's eyes, causing the corrupt king to pass out. As he hits the ground, Natsu and the other Dragon Slayers smile on in victory. Natsu declares checkmate, saying that they've defeated the king, but Gajeel retorts that checkmate is something you say before the king is defeated, not after. However, Natsu and the other Dragon Slayers feel the ground shaking and look up only to find that the islands that were once floating are now falling towards the ground. Natsu, upon being told the situation, acts as a villain under the alias of Great Demon Lord Dragneel, with Wendy and Gajeel being his underlings, claiming that he's stolen the magic from Edelus and that he has defeated, albeit mercifully spared, Faust. Natsu then orders, much to his annoyance, Gajeel to destroy the city alongside Wendy. They do so, with Natsu claiming that anybody who disobeys dies, destroying a house in front of him with his Fire Dragon Slayer magic. As the townspeople believe Natsu to truly be a monster, Mistigan hears the commotion, ordering him to stop. Panther Lily, however, understands completely, as Natsu orders Mistigan to stop using his name and address him as the Great Demon Lord Dragneel, revealing Mistigan to the townspeople to be the long-lost Prince of Edelus. Mistigan then rushes towards Natsu, berating him for his stupidity, telling him that the situation is out of control. Mistigan then attempts to put Natsu to sleep with his magic staves, but the magic is sucked out of them by the reverse anima. Natsu, playing his part, asks Mistigan if he's scared without his magic, declaring that magic is power and destroys the building he's standing upon. Mistigan pleads for Natsu to stop, and Wendy wonders if Natsu is going too far, to which Gajeel replies that he's playing his part perfectly. The magicless hero will oppose the magic-wielding villain. Mistigan then tells Natsu to stop, as he can't be a hero and that his act won't fool the kingdom. Natsu, in response, punches Mistigan, ordering him to fight. Mistigan then calls Natsu's act a farce, declaring that they can't bring the public together utilizing this method, and punches Natsu, only for his fist to be blocked. Natsu demands that Mistigan attack with his full strength, and Mistigan kicks Natsu away, with the townspeople cheering him on. Natsu declares that they're buying it, but Mistigan once again comments on Natsu's idiocy, saying that he should have fallen with that last kick. In retaliation, Natsu punches him, blatantly replying that that'll never happen, but once up close, Natsu mutters that this is his way of giving Mistigan his send-off. Natsu, as they cross fists, then states that people leaving Fairy Tail must abide by 3 rules, declaring that Mistigan must never reveal any of Fairy Tail's personal information. Natsu, however, forgets the second rule, and as he's punched by Mistigan, the S-Class Mage states that he is never to extort previous clients for personal gain. Natsu then states to Mistigan that even though their paths differ, he must stay strong and live his life to the fullest while he still can, and to never forget the friends that he loves. Natsu and Mistigan cross fists once more, and Natsu falls to the ground asking if his words reached the now former S-Class Mage, declaring that with Fairy Tail's spirit inside of him, there's nothing that he can't accomplish. Natsu then smiles at Mistigan, saying that he hopes they can meet again. As Mistigan sadly looks down, the town people cheering behind him. Suddenly, Natsu's body, along with every other Earthland Fairy Tail Mage and Exceed's body, begins to glow. Being sucked into the reverse anima, Natsu and the other Dragon Slayers feign their permanent defeat at the hands of Mistigan. Natsu then smiles one last time at his former guildmate before he's permanently transported back to Earthland. After returning through the reverse anima, Natsu and the others see that the guild and the town are perfectly fine. Relieved, Natsu notices that the entire Exceed race has come with them. The queen personally apologizes to everyone for the hardships that she's put them through and explains that she sent 100 Exceed eggs to Earthland via an anima because she foresaw the destruction of Ixtalia. It's then explained that Carla's mission was fabricated and that she has precognitive abilities, which because of her young age led her to believe everything she foresaw in her memories. Bearing no ill will towards the Exceeds, Natsu and the others bid them farewell as they fly off into the distance. Wishing to head back to the guild, they're stopped by Gajeel, denying Natsu's request to join in on everyone's mockery of Nadi's habit, who wonders where Panther Lily is. Panther Lily, whose body is shrunk to accommodate itself to the Earthland environment, reveals himself, wishing to join Fairy Tail as it was the guild that Mistigan was in and that Gajeel had promised he could join, much to the Iron Dragon Slayer's delight, but that he found someone suspicious hiding in the bushes. Pulling the rope he's tied her up with, Panther Lily reveals to have captured Lysana, declaring that she's not suspicious, shocking everyone. Wondering how Lysana could be in Earthland, as those from Edelus have no magic in their bodies, Lysana jumps on Natsu, happy to see him again. Lysana reveals that she is the Lysana that they all grew up with, and that during her mission with Elfman and Mirajane 2 years prior, upon being struck by Elfman and rendered unconscious, she was sent through an anima switching places with her Edelus counterpart. After stumbling upon the Edalus Fairy Tale Guild, who were happy to see her again, mistaking her for their Lysana, Lysana Prime correctly deduced that the Lysana from Edalus is dead and decided to take her place upon seeing how happy everybody was, especially the Edalus counterparts of Elfman and Mirajane. Lysana explains that she decided to stay, and before long, 2 years had passed. Then, noticing Natsu and Happy's arrival and realizing that they were the Natsu and Happy from Earthland, Lysana explains to Natsu that she had resolved to stay in Edalus so as to never make Elfman and Mirajane sad again. However, Lysana, originally from Earthland, was sucked into the reverse anima, where Elfman and Mirajane tell her that they knew she was never their real sister. Upon finishing her story, Natsu and the others bring Lysana to the Cardia Cathedral. Natsu and the others then smile happily as the stressed siblings are reunited at last. Tenro Island Arc. Natsu and the rest of Fairy Tail later throw a party celebrating Lysana's return, which inevitably erupts once again into a full-scale brawl between the members of the guild, courtesy of Natsu and Gajeel. Days later, Natsu's seen taking jobs left and right, hoping to make an impression upon the Master as the S-Class Mage promotion trial is fast approaching. Makarov then announces the start of the trial, saying that the trial this year will take place on Tenro Island, Fairy Tail's holy ground, to which Natsu responds in excitement, and that the 8 participating mages are Natsu, Grave, Juvia, Elfman, Kana, Freed, Levy, and Mestgrider. Makarov and the S-Class mages then explain the rules. All the participants have 1 week to choose a partner with whom they would like to participate with. Their partner cannot be an S-Class mage, and their partner must be a mage of Fairy Tail. As Gildarts announces his participation as an obstacle to the challengers, Natsu expresses his joy at the fact, although the others around him don't share the same feelings. When Lucy asks if Natsu has chosen his partner, he says that it's Happy. When Gray chides Natsu for being next to useless in a fight, as Happy is only useful for speed, Happy says he'll make Natsu an S-Class mage without a doubt, to which Natsu adds that he can't go easy on them simply because they're friends. Natsu then runs off with Happy in tow and announces that he must train. On the boat headed towards the island, Natsu, sick because of the boat's motion, vomits over the boat's railings, complaining that Wendy won't cast Troya. However, Loki says that it's only to be expected, as Wendy is Mest's partner, not his. As the island comes into view, Happy points out to the still sick Natsu that they've arrived. Makarov, dressed for the weather, then stands atop the boat's railings, declaring that it's rumored that fairies used to reside on Tenro Island and that this is the resting place of the first master, Mavis Vermilion. Makarov then details the rules of the trial, stating that for the first part, each team must pick one of 8 paths that diverge from the starting point, which in this case happens to be the shore, and that different paths must be taken for each team. Natsu looks on as Makarov points out that there are S-Class mages waiting for them down some of the paths, and that down others they'll have to fight each other. Natsu then readies to leave with Happy, but Freed's Jutsu Shiki prevents everyone other than him and Brixlow from leaving. Levy then rewrites Freed's runes, however, only for her and Gajeel, making Natsu angry. Natsu's anger continues to soar after Evergreen rewrites Freed's runes once again, however only for her and Elfman. 5 minutes later, upon the automatic dispelling of Freed's Jutsu Shiki, Natsu and Happy, utilizing max speed, quickly rush to Tenro Island. Upon arriving at shore, Natsu, only left with 4 paths to pick, opts for the E path, declaring that the E must stand for Urza, and charges forward, intending to beat her. Natsu continues down the path shouting Urza's name, declaring that he's finally going to beat her. However, when he gets to the clearing, Natsu finds, however, that it's not Urza who's waiting for him, but Gildarts. Natsu shouts the S-Class mage's name in surprise as Happy declares the trial to be over for them. Gildarts then apologizes to Natsu, saying that he's just unlucky, and reminds him how much he hates holding back when fighting. Natsu, however, just stares at Gildarts and declares that he's all fired up. Natsu then charges at Gildarts, while Happy criticizes Natsu for his reckless impatience. Gildarts comments for Natsu to slow down, declaring that he hasn't mentally prepared for their battle just yet. Natsu then explosively punches Gildarts, but the S-Class mage blocks Natsu's punch with ease, and then, much to Happy's dismay, Gildarts strikes Natsu with his signature crush, seemingly obliterating him. With Happy declaring that Natsu's been blown to pieces, Gildarts says that he warned Natsu that he doesn't like holding back. Natsu then drops down from the sky, declaring that he's far from finished, and barrages Gildarts with a flurry of his most powerful attacks. Gildarts, however, utilizing Crush as a cushion, blocks all of Natsu's attacks, hitting him back in turn for every blow dealt. Natsu then, after being thrown away by Gildarts, attacks the S-Class mage with his Fire Dragon's Roar, but Gildarts, utilizing Crush, breaks apart Natsu's Dragon Roar. However, Gildarts going too far with his magic hits Natsu as well. Gildarts curses himself for his carelessness and quells Happy's fear for Natsu's death, saying that it wasn't that kind of magic. Looking up, Happy sees many miniature Natsus falling from the sky. Just as he declares Natsu to have failed, Gildarts stares in amazement as all the miniature Natsus tell him to wait, with each one declaring that they've far from given up. The many Natsus ready themselves to confront Gildarts. The mini Natsus then charge at Gildarts in unison, with Gildarts sweeping them away with his cloak. However, this proves ineffective as the many Natsus jump onto Gildarts himself, poking and pulling at him before comically barraging the S-Class Mage with a multitude of Fire Dragon Slayer spells. Fed up with the mini Natsus, Gildarts joins them back into the original Natsu. However, much to Gildarts' surprise, Natsu materializes directly in front of him. Saying that his opportunity has arrived, Natsu strikes Gildarts with his strongest spell, Crimson Lotus, Exploding Flame Blade. As the smoke clears, Natsu looks on to see that Gildarts had completely blocked his Dragon Slayer's secret art. Natsu rebuts Happy's statement that his attack was ineffective, noting that Gildarts has moved from his original position, claiming that this is enormous progress. As Natsu becomes dizzy, Gildarts claims that as a supervisor, now having a deep understanding of Natsu's power, he would normally let him pass. Natsu, however, angrily states that there's no point in becoming an S-Class Mage unless he beats Gildarts. Gildarts says that he figured that Natsu would say something like that, and angrily stares at him, fearing him, declaring that from here on, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Gildarts then completely releases his magic power, saying that Natsu is missing an important something on his journey to sit atop the magic world, sternly declaring that he must learn it. In a flash of light, Natsu, now hesitant to attack Gildarts, musters up the courage to do so, and briefly charges at him until he spots Gildarts' gaze, which halts Natsu. Now trembling, Natsu slowly but surely loses his resolve and falls to the ground, declaring on his hands and knees that he's lost. Natsu, still in shock, listens to Gildarts say that Natsu's declaration of loss was wonderful and that he admires his brave attempt at standing up again. However, Gildarts says that those who have the courage to cease fighting are even rarer than those with the courage to go on, saying that fear isn't evil, but a tool that one uses to acknowledge their weakness and become gentle. Gildarts declares Natsu to have passed, as he learned what is needed to become an S-Class Mage. As Natsu begins to protest, Gildarts declares that his decision is final, but reminds Natsu that ahead, even more grueling tests await. Walking away, Gildarts then says to Natsu that, as his friend, that he shouldn't give up, and that he understands his desire to win as a man, although Gildarts notes that being magically proficient is all there is to be in the world. Gildarts then declares that he and Natsu are the same, and states that he would like to fight him again, encouraging a crying Natsu to go forth and become an S-Class Mage. With everyone finishing arriving through their respective paths, Natsu sits atop a boulder, still unhappy about his loss to Gildarts. With Evergreen and Elfman arriving just in the nick of time, Makarov announces the second part of the trial, and Natsu, deep in contemplation, jumps up, snapping out of his stupor, and challenges the remaining competitors as to see who can become the next S-Class Mage, sparking a raucous jubilation from everyone. Running, hoping to be the first one to find Mavis Vermilion's grave, one of Tenro Island's many native animals jumps in front of Natsu, but Natsu punches the beast away, declaring that it's in his way. Natsu then runs up to the creature and demands that it tell him where Mavis's grave is located. The creature then replies that it doesn't know, to which Natsu sadly grunts. He then wonders how they're going to find Mavis's grave with no hints before, suddenly arriving at the conclusion that the Tenro tree looks quite suspicious. Taking to the skies with Happy, Natsu resolves to investigate the mysterious tree. Later on, Natsu jumps down from the sky and protects Evergreen and Elfman from the death predation released by the newly stumbled upon Black Wizard, Zareth. Zareth cries upon seeing Natsu, saying his name, prompting Natsu to angrily ask who the Black Wizard is. Natsu, getting up, states that he has a bad feeling about the Black Wizard, noting that all the trees in the area have withered and died from exposure to his magic. Natsu then states that he doesn't know who Zareth is and tells the Black Wizard that this is their guild's island, ordering him to stay out of their way as the trial is still ongoing, to which Zareth replies that Natsu has grown. Zareth then tells Natsu that he's been waiting to see him, which angers Natsu, who punches Zareth squarely in the face, demanding to know who he is. After these multiple demands, the Black Wizard rises, completely unfazed by Natsu's attack. Zareth tells them all to run, as he's going to release another death predation. However, after the smoke from the spell's release clears, everyone emerges, surprisingly, unharmed. Natsu's scarf in the process has turned black as a result. Natsu then curses Zareth, saying that it's the scarf he received from Igneal, as Happy ponders the possibility that maybe Igneal gave Natsu the scarf specifically to protect him. Following Zareth's disappearance, Natsu expresses his distaste for what he did to the scarf that he received from Igneal, saying that black on black is highly unfashionable, much to Elfman and Evergreen's confusion, because black on black is actually quite fashionable. Or at least that's what I'm hoping. Evergreen then points out that with the discord occurring on the island, the exam needs to be put on hold, although Natsu and Elfman wholeheartedly disagree with her, with Natsu claiming that he promised Gildarts he'd pass. Natsu then shouts for them to continue, with Elfman agreeing, calling for Evergreen to go along with him, to which she scolds Elfman for ordering her around. Later, when Levy informs Urza of Grimoire Heart's invasion, Natsu takes note of the signal flare Urza fires. Natsu wonders if the enemy is Zareth. Happy notes that whoever it is, they're soon ready to attack. Natsu then says he doesn't care who the enemy is, and if they pick a fight with Fairy Tail, then he'll just fight back harder. Natsu and Happy, still roaming through the forest, hear the sound of Azuma destroying the Magic Council's battleship. Inquisitive as to the whereabouts of the noise, Natsu with Happy in tow run towards it. Natsu then, after seeing the billowing tower of flames produced by Azuma's tower burst, notes that nobody in Fairy Tail possesses magic that can create something like that, and correctly deduces that it's the enemy, making haste as he runs towards the explosion site. Natsu arrives soon thereafter, with Azuma having disappeared, and cradles the wounded Wendy, asking her if she's okay, and wondering aloud as to who could have done such a thing. Natsu then sees Mest, whose memory control is worn off, and grabs him by the collar, angrily asking him if he was the one who hurt Wendy and the others. Wendy then reveals that Mest is a member of the council, and Natsu promptly sets him down, nervously commenting on Mest's appearance. However, Natsu then panics, coming to the incorrect assumption that the Magic Council is Fairy Tail's attacker. Carla corrects Natsu, telling him that their enemy is 1/3 of the Barum Alliance, the Dark Guild Grimoire Heart. Just then, Caprico flies overhead and drops Grimoire Heart's numerous soldiers upon them. As Hades overwhelms Makarov with his Amaterasu, Natsu, feeling the resounding shockwave, wonders what's happening. Natsu then engages the Grimoire Heart underlings in battle and easily defeats the majority. After seeing Natsu's strength, however, Zancro, one of the 7 kin of Purgatory, arrives on the battlefield and informs his underlings that they're not strong enough to handle Natsu and that he'll do it in their stead. Natsu then watches as, to his shock, Zancro sets his own guildmates ablaze with black flames, sadistically laughing as he does so, calling them weak. Natsu then yells at Zancro, screaming that those are his allies, but Zancro turns his flames on Natsu, and Natsu shouts that flames are ineffective against him. As Wendy tells Natsu that Zancro's black flames are ominous, Natsu is struck and finds himself unable to eat them. Zancro then calls Natsu cocky and blows him away, telling him that a dragon can't ingest the flame of a god lest they be wrought with divine punishment. Zancro then shocks Natsu by revealing that his flames exist on a higher plane than his, as he is a man who slays gods. A god slayer. Natsu then charges at Zancro, and the two engage in very rapid hand-to-hand combat, with Zancro mocking Natsu, asking him if dragon slayers are only as strong as he is. Natsu in return asks Zancro if a god taught him to use his magic, to which Zancro replies that Hades taught him, and as he is as close to a god that anyone can be, God himself might as well have taught him. Natsu then proceeds to deride him, saying that he only learned his magic from a human, whereas Natsu learned his from an actual dragon. Zancro and Natsu then clash flames, with Zancro overwhelming Natsu's own. Zancro then proceeds to attack Wendy and the Exceeds with his black flames, angering Natsu. Natsu then unleashes his Fire Dragon's roar against Zancro, but the Fire God Slayer, telling Natsu that gods gave humans fire, not dragons, devours Natsu's flames and decimates Natsu with his Fire God's bellow, sending him over the edge of a nearby cliff, laughing maniacally as he does so. Natsu then gets up, claiming that for the first time in a very long while, he's thought of fire as actually being hot. Natsu then stops and smells Makarov nearby. Running towards his mortally wounded master, Natsu questions if he's okay, stating that he'll take him to Wendy right away, ordering Makarov not to move. As Natsu demands that Makarov tell him who wounded him, the injured master tells Natsu that they have no hope of winning the war against Grimoire Heart. Natsu, unable to comprehend the meaning of Makarov's words, once again asks him who wounded him. As Natsu remembers his almost immediate prior defeat to the hands of Zancro, Natsu says that he shouldn't worry about losing, as he'll simply win the next time. Natsu then tells Makarov that he's Fairy Tail's master and that he can't abandon the trial, admonishing him for his lack of faith in their power, to which Makarov replies that sometimes people have to admit defeat. However, Zancro reappears, mocking Makarov for his loss against Hades. Natsu gets up, demanding to know who Hades is, but Makarov grabs the Fire Dragon Slayer's leg, telling him that he can't win. Natsu, now shaking in fear, tells Makarov that he can run, as Zancro mocks Natsu for being afraid. Natsu then recollects Gildarts' words about fear not being something to fight against, with Zancro over the top of Natsu's thoughts, bellowing that Natsu has every right to fear him, as he is as strong as a god. Natsu then tells Zancro that he's correct. He is indeed fearful, but notes that it's different from the kind of fear Gildarts mentioned, much to Zancro's confusion. Natsu then covers his body in flames and lividly explains to Zancro that he's afraid that the person that hurt Makarov would be defeated at the hands of someone other than his. With Zancro now the one stricken with fear, Natsu declares that he'll defeat Hades and that he'll never forgive any of them for the harm they've brought onto the guild. Zancro then mocks Natsu for his declaration, as the latter angrily stares down the former. The two then butt heads, with Zancro declaring in response to Natsu that he'll make it so that Natsu won't even so much as joke about a matter such as that. Natsu and Zancro then heavily trade blows, with Zancro noticing that Natsu's flames don't hurt as they're from a dragon, not a god. Zancro then mocks Natsu's abilities, telling him that fire god Slayer flames don't burn but rather destroy everything in their path. Zancro then slices through many of the surrounding trees, sending their trunks high into the air, but Natsu, making quick use of them, punches one of the trunks right on top of Zancro. Zancro, however, bursts through the trunk, punching Natsu, declaring that as a fire god, he loves devouring fire mages. Zancro, then making use of his fire god supper, traps Natsu in his black flames, telling the fire dragon slayer that he'll be reduced to nothing but ash. Natsu then tries to no avail to eat the black flames, with Zancro being grabbed by Makarov in the process. Makarov, trying to protect Natsu, threatens Zancro, saying that if he hurts Natsu anymore, he'll crush him to death. Natsu then screams in terror as Zancro sets his body ablaze, causing Makarov's hand to catch on fire. Natsu continues to beg Makarov to stop, but Makarov tells Zancro to never underestimate the power of a family. Natsu then releases a large burst of flames from his body, momentarily releasing him from Zancro, but uses all of his magic power and it's drained away in the process. With his magic power gone, Natsu finds himself, to the other's surprise, to ingest Zancro's flames. Makarov then notes the severity of Natsu's actions, claiming that using such a way to defeat the enemy is a surefire way to die, throwing Zancro in the air as he says so. Natsu says that he doesn't want anybody to die, let alone himself, and states that they're all going home to Fairy Tail. Bringing his and Zancro's flames together, Natsu's Dragon God's brilliant flame defeats Zancro. Standing victorious, Natsu looks over at the defeated Zancro with utter disdain. Having finally bested the Fire God's Slayer, Natsu tells Makarov that guild arts taught him the value of being afraid, and of learning when to admit defeat, but declares that in their present situation, giving up isn't an option. Natsu says that they must make Grimoire Heart pay for harming Fairy Tail and show them the full power of their guild. Raising his fist in the air as a sign of declaration, Natsu finally collapses, exhausted. Later on, Wendy arrives and tries to heal the wounded Natsu and Makarov, however she finds that no matter how hard she tries, the former mage is unable to be healed. Makarov then tells Wendy that to heal Natsu, she must remove the evil that plagues his scarf, to which she expresses her ability to do so. Natsu later wakes up, and the scent of Zalti, the man Natsu fought on Galena Island, wafts in his direction. Recollecting who it belonged to, Natsu charges headstrong to the scent's source. Homing in on Ultir's location, Natsu slips on a large tree leaf and finds himself carried down a large slope, arriving conveniently exactly where Zareth lays unconscious. Recognizing the Black Wizard, Happy warns Natsu about the ground surrounding him, and just in time, Natsu moves out of the way as a large tree suddenly manifests itself just under his prior footing. Altir, sitting atop a tree branch, tells Natsu that there was a sprout underneath him, and that with her arc of time, she sped up its growth. Natsu then says that Altir and Zalti have the same scent, and declares that she's a crossdresser, but Altir denies this, telling Natsu this is what she truly looks like, announcing that she's the leader of the Seven Kin of Purgatory. Altir then wonders aloud if Natsu is after Zareth as well, startling the Fire Dragon Slayer. Altir then declares that she won't hand him over, but Natsu states that he doesn't want Zareth, he just wants to make everyone pay, him included, for bringing pain upon Fairy Tail. Altir then comments on payback, saying that she also owes Natsu payback for involving himself in her plans on Galena Island. Declaring that she's not holding back this time, Natsu climbs up on the tree that Altir is resting upon, berating her for interrupting the S-Class Mage promotion trial, claiming that if it wasn't for them, then he could have already become an S-Class Mage. Altir questions Natsu's words, hitting him with one of her orbs, pushing the Fire Dragon Slayer off the tree. Landing on a nearby branch, Natsu finds himself surrounded by a number of Altir's orbs, which she claims to be parallel worlds, and attacks Natsu with them, saying that she can imagine many different futures for him. Bringing the orbs together, Natsu is hit by Altir's flash forward, screaming in pain. Altir tells Natsu that their fun is just beginning. As Kane Hikaru chases Lucy throughout Tenro Island's forest, they happen across Natsu's battle with Altir. In response to interrupting his battle, Natsu kicks Kane squarely in the face, sending the Grimoire Heart Mage rolling towards Altir. Lucy then calls out to Natsu, expressing her joy towards his timely intervention, although Natsu, upon seeing her, asks Lucy quite bluntly what she's doing in the area. Lucy then asks Natsu if he was fighting, to which he demands that Lucy leave his opponent alone as he's fighting Altir. Happy then notes that Altir is going to be a tough opponent even for Natsu, which he denies. Happy then points out to Natsu that there are now 2 opponents, to which Natsu replies that they've just added another member to their side as well. Saying that they should abandon the trial, Natsu offers Lucy to, quite nostalgically, form a team with him and Happy. With Happy and Lucy reminiscing, Natsu spits out his excitement. Lucy and Natsu then high-five one another, encouraging each other before readying themselves to face Kane and Altair. As Natsu stares Kane and Altair down, Kane tells Altair that he can handle Natsu and Lucy by himself, which irritates Natsu, saying that he's ruining the entire concept of a 2-on-2 battle, which also angers Happy, who yells at Natsu for not including him in their count. Altair prepares to leave with Zareth, and Natsu charges at Altair, trying to prevent her departure, but is punched away by Kane. Lucy then motions to help Natsu with Kane, but is stopped by Kane's Ushi no Kokumairi, which causes Natsu to wonder why she stopped, not understanding the situation. Natsu then wonders what's happening to Lucy, and as Kane toys with her body using his magic, Natsu says that what Kane's doing to Lucy looks a little fun. Lucy does not appreciate that comment. Kane then forces Lucy to attack Natsu, and although he dodges her first strike before he can unleash his Fire Dragon's roar, Lucy kicks Natsu squarely in the face. As they lay upon the ground, Natsu